Chapter 147. Late at night, in the same room, Xia Mingming has already fallen asleep. An oil lamp is lit in the outer room, and Yushu is still doing her calculations on the table. Since escaping from the gorge a month ago and arriving at Anling City after several twists and turns, Yushu hasn't had the chance to sort out the inspiration she got from the disaster on the ship. Yushu has always been very clear that the rule of the time of calamity she got after a lot of calculations is actually not perfect. The last adventure made her realize a very serious problem, which is the variability of the time of calamity. Due to lack of practice, she once thought that she could use the rule to calculate the calamity one day in the future and predict it in advance to avoid the disaster. Because as a variable value, the probability of any event happening can't reach 100%, so there is a possibility that it won't happen. Even if the probability is so small that it can be ignored, it is not absolute. Therefore, before this, she entered a misunderstanding. She only thought that there is no 100% probability of it happening, and she ignored that relatively speaking, there is also no 100% probability of it not happening. Assuming that the probability is 0, it will happen, and the probability is 1, then the probability can be 0 or 1, both are phenomena from a mathematical point of view. In Yushu's previous life, there was no such thing as an absolute 0 and 1 when it came to risk budgeting. In layman's terms, it was Taoist Qing Zhang saying, disasters can be avoided, but not eliminated. Yushu gives herself a very simple example. If she now calculates that both Xia Mingming and Yu Xiaoxiu will encounter a fire tomorrow night, then she can basically determine that the inn will be on fire that night. She can calculate this incident and leave the inn in advance. At worst, she can stay on the street for the whole night, and she can also ask the guests to leave the inn that night. This is called avoided. However, she has no ability to eliminate this fire. Whether it will happen or not, it is not something she can control as a mortal. This is called cannot eliminate. Perhaps when she has the ability to judge blessing and misfortune like Qing Jing, she may be able to eliminate the calamity. But the law of nature goes round, and if one is not happy, the price of eliminating the calamity is unimaginable. The harvest is not only this. Yushu collects the variable value of Yu Xiaoxiu's disaster and adds it to her value library of the time of calamity rule. When she encounters similar values, she can make a more accurate judgment. Ugh! Yawning, Yushu put down her brush and stretched herself. She rotated her sore neck twice, making creaking sounds. She reorganized the contents of the law of rain and the law of time of calamity into her leather bag and stuffed it under the bed. She thought to herself that she still had to think of a way to get a few charcoal pens. Brushes were too slow to do calculations. The new house was empty for 3 days. During these days, Yushu took the opportunity to wander around Osmanthus Lane twice a day to explore the market. She also bought some divination tools for setting up a stall in the future, such as divinatory plates, notes, almanac, tortoise plates, etc. Although she may not necessarily use them for her divination, it is necessary to use them as a front. Xia Mingming's request for the recommendation letter did not seem to have made any progress. Yushu did not ask about it again. The two of them slept in the same room at night. Yushu did not take the initiative to talk to Xia Mingming, and Xia Mingming did not talk to her either. However, as usual, Yushu chatted and laughed in front of Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Qin. In the eyes of the two, they did not know that the two of them were quarreling and thought that Xia Mingming was throwing a tantrum. After breakfast, Yushu took Jing Qin to Huixing Street to look at the house after Xia Mingming left. When they met a familiar neighbor in the alley, Yushu was very easygoing to greet them. When asked about Jing Qin, she said that he is a brother who will live together in the future. The lock of the new house was changed by Yushu. It cost Yushu 2 taels of silver to change the lock. There were only 3 keys, which Yushu kept for herself and did not give to anyone else. As soon as they entered the house, Yushu first closed the door, blocking the curious eyes from the outside. She pulled Jing Chen to the door of the west room, pushed open the door and pushed him in. She could not wait to ask, "How is it? Quickly let me see, is the house clean now?" It is not that Yu Shu does not have other ways to appraise the changes in the feng shui of the new house, but with Jing Chen here, there is no need to search far away. Jing Chen raised his head to look at the roof, then looked at the window. Under Yu Shu's slightly nervous gaze, he nodded to her. This house indeed did not make him feel uncomfortable that day. Yu Shu clapped her hands and said happily, "It's good that everything is fine. You look around again, I will go measure the size of the other rooms, so that we can buy furniture later." In fact, when it comes to feng shui houses, Yu Shu is completely a novice. Buying this haunted house is not without a trace of risk. Now that she has succeeded, the stone in her heart has finally been lifted. Her whole body is light, thinking about how she bought such a good house with only 50 taels of silver. She cannot help but feel a little complacent. But she still has to thank Jing Chen. Without his discerning eyes, how can she pick up such a bargain? "Here, take it, this is the key to our family's wedding. You carry it with you, don't lose it." Yu Shu solemnly handed a key to Jing Chen. Jing Chen looked at the slender key in his palm, his ears caught the word family from Yu Shu's mouth, his heart suddenly moved, he held the key in his hand. Yu Shu brought a tape measure with her, excitedly measuring the length of each room. Jing Jian very carefully walked around the house, he did not find anything unusual. The two returned to the inn. Yu Shu in the afternoon made 2 lists. She found that there are really a lot of things to buy. Considering the amount of money in her pocket, she had no choice but to cross off some of the decorations. She can only tidy up when she has spare money in the future. Today seems to be a good day. Not only the matter of the house is settled, at night, Xia Mingming came back with another good news. "Here." Xia Mingming put a letter with 4 corners neatly on the table in front of Yu Shu. Yu Shu did not need to open it to know what it was. Looking at Xia Mingming's suntanned oval face, she did not know why, she felt a little gratified. "I said I will get the recommendation letter." Xia Mingming sat down beside Yu Shu, proudly raised his chin, looking straight at her, not to show off, but to seek approval. 3 days ago, she made a bet with herself. If she did not get the recommendation letter, she was not allowed to talk to Ashu. The process was bitter, but she did it. Yu Shu raised her hand and pressed on the recommendation letter. She smiled at Xia Mingming, "Not bad." Xia Mingming proudly said, "Yes." Luo replied, only taking Yu Shu's words as praise. She felt indescribably carefree. It was more comfortable than giving her 4th sister a slap a few months ago. When it was time to eat dinner, Yu Shu and Xia Mingming reconciled. The two of them hadn't spoken in the morning, but now they were talking one after another, causing Yu Xiaoxiu, who was watching from the side, to be confused. Yu Xiaoxiu was very curious about how Xia Mingming got the recommendation letter from Master Yi, but Xia Mingming was not willing to tell him, so he could not pry her mouth open. Yu Shu did not ask much, and after dinner, she returned to her room with Xia Mingming. As soon as they entered the room and closed the door, Xia Mingming said to Yu Shu, "You can do whatever you want about Jing Chen. Don't worry, I will not tell anyone. Just pretend that I don't know he is a Taoist priest from Longhu Mountain." These 2 days, she had thought it through. Compared to quarreling with Ashu, she would rather not care about Jing Chen. Anyway, Ashu had more ideas than her, so he would not be at a disadvantage. Hearing her words, Yu Shu, of course, felt that it could not be better. She hummed and changed the topic. "I have bought the house. If you are free tomorrow, go to the wood shop with me to choose furniture and work hard for a few days." Xia Mingming originally planned to sleep in tomorrow, but after hearing Yu Shu's words, she dismissed the idea. "Okay, what do you want to buy?" "There are a lot of things to buy." Yu Shu took out the list she wrote in the afternoon and showed it to her. As soon as Xia Mingming heard that the house would be decorated from scratch, she became interested. The two discussed for half the night, then put out the oil lamp and went to sleep. The next day, Yu Shu and Xia Mingming went to a few wood shops and asked about the price. Finally, they chose one and ordered a batch of furniture, including 4 frame beds, 3 folding screens, 2 study tables, 1 dining table, 1 vertical bookcase, 1 vertical cupboard, 2 wardrobes, and a number of chairs and stools. After paying the deposit, Yu Shu left the address of the house and asked the shopkeeper to check and send it to Huixing Street. After that, she and Xia Mingming went to look at other houses on the street, and then went back home. Come in. Yu Shu opened the door and turned sideways to let Xia Mingming enter. As soon as Xia Mingming entered the yard, she looked around curiously. Unexpectedly, after looking at a few places, her expression suddenly changed. She pointed at the bagua mirror on the east door with a red string and said in surprise, using laughter to break the yin, "There is evil in this house." It was Yu Shu's fault that she forgot to destroy the corpse yesterday and didn't take off the bagua mirror, which was used to exorcise evil. Xia Mingming, a knowledgeable person, saw the clues. Since she was discovered, Yu Shu didn't play dumb. She nodded and said, "This house used to have a lot of yin qi, but I have already avoided it and fixed the eyes of the house. Now the feng shui is stable." After hearing Yu Shu's words, Xia Mingming's expression didn't return to normal. Instead, she looked at Yu Shu angrily and said, "Why do you want to buy a haunted house? I don't want to live here. Here it comes again. If this young Mrs. Temper doesn't flare up, her whole body will be unhappy." Yu Shu secretly rolled her eyes and pointed at the west room and said, "What are you afraid of? The dead person is in that room. You sleep in this room, it's not the same room. Don't worry, the dead person is a weak scholar. Even if he really becomes a ghost, he won't harm people. Who knows, maybe he will go to the opposite room in the middle of the night and find you to recite poems." Xia Mingming's face turned pale. She looked at the direction Yu Shu was pointing at and shivered. She crossed her arms and quickly moved behind Yu Shu. She stuck close to her and stuttered, "You, don't scare me. My father said that there are no ghosts in this world." Just as she finished speaking, she felt Yu Shu's body tremble. Suddenly, she let out 2 eerie chuckles and slowly turned her head. The joints of her neck emitted a cracking sound. She stared at her with a strange, gloomy gaze and said lightly, "Who said there are no ghosts? Miss, this scholar pays his respects." "Ah!" With a scream, Xia Mingming's eyes rolled back and she fainted on the ground. Chapter 148. "Oh, I forgot to send it when I fell asleep. I need to send it now." After being scared by Yu Shu, when Xia Mingming woke up again, she knew that she had been teased by Yu Shu and cried for a while. Because Yu Shu had scared the little girl until she fainted, it was inevitable that she would admit her mistake due to her guilty conscience. After a series of comforting words, she finally coaxed Xia Mingming with great difficulty. Her forehead was full of sweat. Strangely enough, Xia Mingming doesn't care much about the fact that her new residence is a haunted house. The lumber shop delivers the furniture to Huixing Street. 2 strong men, under the direction of Yu Shu, put the tables, chairs, and bedside tables in place. She checks to make sure that nothing is missing. Then she pays the remaining money to the assistant manager who comes to deliver the furniture. Seeing that Xia Mingming doesn't look well, Yu Shu has to take half a day off and send her back to the inn. The next day, she doesn't dare to take her with her. When Xia Mingming is still sleeping, Yu Shu and Jing Qin and Yu Xiaoxiu go out alone. They buy pots and pans, firewood, rice, oil, salt, and other sundries. They find a donkey cart to take them to Huixing Street and move them into the house one by one. Sweating profusely, they make a pile of firewood in the kitchen and burn it dry. There is a saying that if an empty house is left empty for a long time, before people move in, they should first light the stove for cooking. On one hand, it is to report to the kitchen god to ensure prosperity, and on the other hand, it is to drive away the impurities in the house. The next day, Yushu goes to several cloth shops to get the bedding and pillows that she ordered a few days ago. She goes back to make the bed, hang the bed curtain, and tie the door curtain. After tidying up, the house finally looks like a home. Although it doesn't have richly ornamented beams, it is at least a clean and comfortable house. Looking at the new house, Yushu has a sense of achievement. She locks the door and walks all the way back to the inn. She calls the 3 people together and announces the good news: "We will move tomorrow. Pack up and check out in the morning. Let's go home." Hearing this, Yu Xiaoxiu is the happiest, and Xia Mingming is the most reluctant. Jing Chen sees that Yushu is happy, so he is happy with her. The 4 people pay the bill at Yunlai Inn. They take Kim Bao and go to Huixing Street with their luggage. Pushing open the door, Yu Xiaoxiu was the first to rush in. He looked through the rooms one by one and asked Yushu, who was in the courtyard, "Which room do I sleep in?" Yushu points to the largest suite on the north side and says, "You and Jing Chen sleep in that room. I asked someone to separate the bedrooms with a screen. There are 2 beds. You sleep in the inner bed." Xia Mingming can't help but say, pointing to the room on the west where no one has died. She says, "I don't want to sleep in that room." Yushu nods and points to the room on the east side. "You sleep there." In this way, there is only one room left for her to live in, which is the dirty room on the west side. It is not that she is stupid and bold, but there are only 3 rooms in the house. They are 2 men and 2 women, so they can only allocate it this way. It is not good to ask Xia Mingming or Jing Chen to sleep in the room where no one has died. After all, she bought this haunted house. Without waiting for Xia Mingming to object, Yushu claps her hands and says, "Go back to the room and put down your luggage. There is a cabinet. Pack your clothes." After saying that, she turns to walk to the room on the west side. However, someone is 1 step faster than her. Yushu sees Jing Chen push the door open and enters the room. She thinks that he did not hear her allocation, so she hurriedly follows him. "Jing Chen, you and Xiaoxiu share a room. I will sleep in this room." Jing Chen puts the bag with 2 sets of clothes on the bed. He turns back and shakes his head at Yushu. He sits on the bed. His meaning is obvious: he wants to sleep in this room. Seeing this, Yushu's heart warms. Of course, she will not think that Jing Chen likes to sleep in this room. She still remembers the first day when she brought Jing Chen to look at the house. He said that this room makes him uncomfortable. Even though it is clean now, people always care about it. For example, if the bed sheet is stained with someone else's feces, even if the dirty thing is removed and the bed sheet is washed, there will be no smell at all. Who would be willing to sleep on the dirty bed sheet again after seeing it with their own eyes? Just thinking about it makes them feel disgusted. But now, Jing Chen wants to fight for the bed sheet with her. It is just because he does not want her to sleep here. She feels like she is being protected. To be honest, it is not bad. Yushu embarrassedly touches her head. She walks to sit next to Jing Chen. She puts her hands on her knees and leans forward. She turns to look at him and says seriously, "She is a girl. You live opposite her. It will be inconvenient to wake up early and sleep late. You can look up and look down. It is troublesome to open the window. I will sleep here. You can sleep in the same room with Xiaoxiu." Ah. Jing Chen picks up Yushu's hand on her knees and writes, "I don't look at her." Yushu chuckles. Seeing Jing Chen's serious expression, she can't help but want to tease him. She turns her face and says deliberately, "I don't believe you. She is a girl and she is beautiful. Anyone would want to look at her more. Why don't you like to look at her? She pauses and sneaks a glance. She sees Jing Chen lowering his head and seriously writing on her palm, I only like to look at Xiaoyu. After saying that, he tilted his head to look at her. His clear eyes that were as clear as spring water reflected her clear facial features, as if he was trying to verify the truth of his words. Yu Shu is stunned. She only feels that her palm is suddenly scalded. She quickly retracts her hand. Her face is inexplicably hot. Her eyes wander around, not knowing where to look. Anyway, she doesn't dare to look at Jing Chen again. She stands up from the bed and coughs, if you want to sleep, you can sleep here. She hurriedly walks out. She didn't look at where she was and tripped on the door sill. She falls to the ground with a loud sound. Jing Chen is shocked. He quickly gets up to help her. In the other two rooms, Yu Xiaoxiu and Xia Mingming heard the movement. They also poke their heads out. When they see Yu Shu on the ground, they quickly surround her. What happened? What happened? Where did you fall? Ah, it's bleeding. Ah Shu, your nose is bleeding. I will go get a handkerchief. Brother Jing, don't use your sleeves to wipe her nose. The more you wipe, the more it will bleed. Yu Shu covers her almost broken nose. Her knees and elbows are burning. Her eyes are filled with tears. Looking at the three people in front of her, she closes her eyes and curses in her heart, this is so embarrassing. Because Yu Shu was accidentally injured, she can't participate in the cleaning of the new residence. Xia Mingming sweeps the floor, Yu Xiaoxiu wipes the table, and Jing Chen is the tallest. He is assigned to clean the windows. Yu Shu lies on the bed, groaning. When she sees them pass by the window, she will order them with a nasal voice, Xiaoxiu. Wipe the table legs. Mingming, don't just sweep the places you can see. You have to sweep the corners too. Jing Chen, you have been using that rag for a long time. Why don't you wash it? Won't it still be dirty if you wipe it? Mingming, after half an hour, Xia Mingming can't stand it anymore. He throws the broom on the ground, hands on his waist, and said to Yu Shu who is lying on the bed, can you close your eyes and sleep without talking? Yu Shu knew that she was nagging, but when she saw them working, she realized that apart from Yu Xiaoxiu, no one else could make her feel at ease. However, it was not very pleasant for her to be directing others while they were working. Yu Shu was about to reply that she was going to sleep when she heard Yu Xiaoxiu say, what's wrong with her talking? She's not afraid that you won't be able to clean up. In fact, Yu Xiaoxiu also dislikes his sister. But she is his sister, so there is nothing that she can't say. Being ridiculed by Yu Xiaoxiu, Xia Mingming immediately gets angry, if I can't clean it properly, then you do it. Fine, I'll do it. You clean the table. Yu Xiaoxiu throws the rag away and picks up the broom. I'll do it. Xia Mingming goes forward to grab the rag, so the two of them take turns. They work much harder than before. Jing Chen, on the other hand, did not complain at all. He washed the rag and came back, continuing to wipe the windows that were difficult to clean. Yu Shu saw that there was nothing left for her to do. She yawned, closed her eyes, and really fell asleep. When she wakes up, the room is clean. Yu Xiaoxiu is sitting at the head of her bed, fanning her. Kim Bao is sleeping on his lap. Xia Mingming and Jing Chen are nowhere to be seen. No wonder it's so cool. Yu Shu rubs her eyes and sits up. Where are they? Brother Jing went back to his room to rest. Mingming went out to buy food. In terms of age, Yu Xiaoxiu should call Xia Mingming sister, but he doesn't know why, but he doesn't want to call her sister. After Yu Shu persuades him several times, he calls Xia Mingming, Mingming like her. It's already noon. Yu Shu had a good sleep. Although she was hurting all over from the fall, lying in her own bed at home was different from anywhere else. Jing Chen insists on sleeping in the west room, so Yu Shu and Xiaoxiu sleep in the same room. Anyway, they have been living in the same room for a long time. Now there is a screen between them, so there is no discomfort. There is no well in the yard, so Yu Shu bought a big water tank with a bucket and a shoulder pole. Seeing that Yu Shu is awake, Yu Xiaoxiu puts down the fan and brings Kim Bao to Yu Shu to look after. He goes out to pick up the shoulder pole and fetches water from the well at the end of the street. He has done this before in Yang, so there is no need for Yu Shu to teach him. Originally, Yu Shu planned to buy vegetables to cook, but because of the fall, she has to give up. Xia Mingming brought back food, so they make do with it and fill their stomachs. After a busy day, except for Yu Shu, everyone is tired and sweaty. Because they forgot to buy a bathtub, Yu Xiaoxiu boiled a few pots of hot water. They take turns to wash in the kitchen with the door closed. Even Kim Bao is scrubbed. In the evening, Yu Shu's muscles and bones had recovered, so she took them out to find a restaurant on Huixing Street. They ordered a table of appetizers and a pot of wine to celebrate their new home. The home-brewed wine has no alcohol content, so it is not intoxicating. Except for Jing Chen, the four of them share 2 cups. It is not that Yu Shu does not allow Jing Chen to drink, but Jing Chen frowns when he smells the wine. Obviously, he does not like it, so Yu Shu does not force him to drink. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they wander back to their new house. After washing up, they go back to their rooms to sleep. In the quiet night, Yu Shu lay on her clean new bed. Moonlight shone through the window, shrouding the room in tranquility. She turned over and whispered to Yu Xiaoxiu, "Xiaoxiu, are you asleep?" In response to her is a light snore. Chapter 149. After staying in the new residence for a few days, everything that was lacking was slowly replaced. The kitchen was also heated up to cook, looking more and more like living a normal life. Yu Shu took some time to find a carpenter and set up a small manual abacus stall. It was 3 feet long and 2 feet wide, with 4 wooden wheels at the bottom and a hollow cabinet inside. She also made a banner with the words "Yu Family's Wonderful Calculation" written on it. She planned to find an auspicious day to set up the stall at Autumn Osmanthus Lane. Back to the day when Xia Mingming received the recommendation letter, he wasn't in a hurry to register. After moving to his new residence, he rested for a few days before taking the recommendation letter to the Imperial Astronomer's mansion. Who would have thought that he would leave in high spirits and return in disappointment? When he returned home, he sat in his room in boredom. When Yu Shu asked him about it, she hesitated before replying. "The officials in my mansion said that there's something wrong with my recommendation letter. They want me to make another trip." It was not easy to obtain a recommendation letter, so she was not thick-skinned enough to trouble him to write another one. Yu Shu and sat together and asked, "What's wrong?" Xia Mingming took out a piece of paper and pointed to the first line. "It says that the first paragraph needs to be written according to the rules, otherwise it cannot be counted." Yu Shu took the letter and looked at it. She saw that the handwriting was correct and the sentences were clear and there was nothing wrong with it. She asked suspiciously, "Rules? Is this Master Yi new? Doesn't he know that the Celestial Commissioner has issued rules for writing recommendation letters?" Xia Mingming shook her head. "Master Yi Fang has a small reputation in training person-hole. He became a Master Yi many years ago." Hearing this, Yu Shu smiled coldly. "What rules?" She was afraid that the Celestial Commissioner's residence's official was deliberately making things difficult for her in order to gain some benefits. Only a silly girl like Xia Mingming would believe it and come back obediently. I'll pay a visit to Master Yi Fang tomorrow morning," Xia Mingming said with a bitter face. Thinking about how she had to lower her voice and beg for help, she was very depressed. "No need to go." Yu Shu folded the letter and returned it to her, that official is deliberately making things difficult for you. Even if you write a few more letters, it won't be enough. Xia Mingming was puzzled. Why is he making things difficult for me? Yu Shu did not know how to explain to her, so she said, "Don't worry about him, I have a way to help you sign up. You don't need to go to the training hall for the next few days, just follow me." Xia Mingming was worried that it would be troublesome to ask for help again. After hearing Yu Shu's words, he naturally believed that she could solve the problem, so he agreed without thinking. However, the next day, Yu Shu woke him up early. He saw her pushing a wooden-wheeled cart with a blue flag with black characters on it. His expression changed. "What are you doing?" Xia Mingming wasn't at home when Yu Shu received the stall and banner the day before yesterday. Since they weren't in the same room, he didn't know what she was doing in private. He also didn't hear Yu Shu mention that she was going out to set up a stall. "I'm going out to set up a stall to do fortune-telling for people," Yu Shu answered matter-of-factly. "Let's hurry up and get a good spot." Xia Mingming was having none of it. Setting up a stall on the streets. "If you want to go, go by yourself. I don't want to embarrass myself." Yu Shu coldly snorted, "What's so embarrassing about being open and aboveboard? Do you want to go or not? If you don't go, I won't care about your registration. You can thicken your skin and ask for another recommendation letter. Let's see if they will let you take the exam." Hearing this threat, Xia Mingming struggled in her heart. She was too shy to set up a stall on the street, but she was afraid of delaying the registration. Yu Shu didn't have time to wait for her. She said, "It's okay if you don't go. You don't have lunch. Xiaoxiu will accompany Jing Qin to the medical hall to get medicine. You stay at home and guard the door." Xia Mingming saw Yu Shu put the flag on the cart and went out without looking back. She really didn't want to care about her. She was anxious. She stamped her feet and chased after her. Early in the morning, there were a lot of people in Osmanthus Lane. Yu Shu pushed the stall and looked for a long time on the street. She found a place she liked the day before yesterday in a tavern. She had been here several times before, but no one set up a stall here. She was not afraid of occupying other people's place and causing a quarrel. Letting Xia Mingming watch the stall, Yu Shu went into the tavern to greet the tavern owner. After all, there were only advantages and no disadvantages. The tavern owner was an old man surnamed Sunday. He had a gentle temperament. Yu Shu talked to him. She first pointed out the feng shui of the tavern. She said that the pot of flowers was placed well and the curtain was hung well. She made the old man look at her in the eye. Then she talked about the stall in front of the tavern. She said, "My brother came to the capital to study dyeing. He didn't have enough food and lodging, so he went out to earn some pocket money. He is just outside the tavern. He won't hinder your business. I hope the tavern owner will do me a favor." She then took out the barometer that Yu Xiaoxiu had copied for the past 3 days and handed it to him. She said, "I'm not talented, but I have some knowledge about feng shui. I can remind you when it's raining or it's sunny." If the tavern owner has any questions, as long as it's related to the feng shui 8 characters, I can help you. There's no need to be polite. How could he not respond to her words? Tavern owner's son saw that this young man was somewhat wealthy and didn't seem like a playboy. Furthermore, there was a stall in front of the tavern. Perhaps he would be able to attract some business. He modestly agreed and ordered the waiter to brew a pot of cold tea. In a moment, he would send it outside for Yu Shu to quench her thirst. Yu Shu thanked him. When she came out, she saw Xia Mingming standing by the side of the cart. He didn't know whether to sit or stand, as if he wanted to bury his face in the ground. She laughed to herself. She stepped forward and said, "There's a stool, why aren't you sitting?" She opened the hidden compartment below the cart and took out 3 stool. She opened it to the side for Xia Mingming to sit. She also took out a lot pot, a turtle shell, a Yao coin, a brush, ink and an abacus. One by one, she placed them on the stall. Finally, she unrolled the banner and inserted it into the handle of the small cart. Xia Mingming saw the words, "You family's brilliant fortune," written on the banner. Looking at Yu Shu's youthful face, he couldn't help but snigger. Yu Shu, with her sharp ears, heard him. She turned around and asked, "What's so funny? Tell me." Xia Mingming said, "I'm laughing at how arrogant your banner is. If others see it, they'll think you're just boasting." Yu Shu didn't mind and said, "Whether I'm boasting or not, I'm clear in my heart." What was an advertisement? If it wasn't boasting, could it be called an advertisement? There were new customers every day at Audiobooks Lane. Yu Shu and Xia Mingming were two young children. One was energetic and the other was beautiful. Setting up a fortune-telling stall on the street was quite eye-catching. Even their peers couldn't help but look, let alone passers-by. However, because of their age, people who asked for fortune-telling usually preferred to believe in older people. Of course, there were also people who wanted to join in the fun. Not long after Yu Shu and Xia Mingming sat down, someone came up to them. However, it wasn't a customer, but someone who came to inquire. "Little brother, you look unfamiliar. You're not a local, right?" This person looked like a burly man with a mung bean-sized mole at the corner of his mouth. Yu Shu didn't judge people by their appearance, so she couldn't tell if he was a peer or a passerby. "Big brother, you have good eyesight. My family is from the south. I'm not a local. Are you here to consult about this year's Yuan examination?" "That's right." In previous years, the capital was very lively at this time. Only children who didn't know about the Yuan examination were not enlightened. "Then why did you come here to set up a stall?" "Oh, you're quite well prepared." "Hee, I'm here to collect some money for dinner." "Big brother, do you want to ask for a divination? If it's not accurate, there's no charge." Yu Shu's last sentence made the man, who was about to leave, sit back down. "Then tell me, when will I get rich?" Xia Mingming secretly rolled his eyes behind Yu Shu's back. It should be known that there were three things people hated the most: the dream of getting rich, the life and death situation, and the third was nonsense. "Then write down your horoscope." Yu Shu pushed a pen and paper over. The ground ink was right next to her hand. The man wrote down his horoscope. Because he wasn't a rich person, there was no need to hide his horoscope. Yu Shu took it and looked at it. She shook her abacus and made a few calculations. When the man saw this, his face was full of surprise. "Why are you making calculations on your abacus?" Yu Shu freed a hand and pointed at the characters on the banner. She smiled and said, "Isn't it written here? Wonderful foresight, wonderful foresight. Not foresight, not foresight." This was the explanation: if it is a wonderful foresight, then it must be calculated in a wonderful way. If it is not a wonderful way, then it is not a wonderful foresight. When the man heard Yu Shu's words, he laughed. Because of the black mark at the corner of his mouth, he looked even more fierce. Xia Mingming moved the stool and sat behind Yu Shu. Yu Shu used the horoscope to find the location of the life and death door for the man. After a few words, she didn't rush to tell him. Instead, she took out a red rope from a hidden drawer and cut a section. She signaled the man to stretch out his hand and tie it around his wrist. She made a beautiful bow and said, "Today, walk southwest. 500 steps, there will be a source of money. Remember, do not let go of the money within 3 days." Xia Mingming looked on curiously. She knew that Yu Shu was very good at determining the position of the 8 doors. Because when they left the forest by the river, they relied on her to lead the way using the 8 doors of life and death. But what did this red rope mean? The man saw Yu Shu's serious expression and grinned. The corner of his mouth moved up and down. He said, "How would I know if this method of yours is accurate or not? I still have to try. It's not good to pay now. What if it's not accurate?" Yu Shu waved her hand and said, "Big brother, just go. I said that you can't leave without paying. Whenever you come back, it will count." "Very good. If I really find a way to make money, I will come back to thank you." The man touched the red rope on his wrist and said a few words to Yu Shu. Then he walked away. He was indeed heading towards the west. It seemed that when he reached the south, he still had to make a turn. Those who ask for fortune-telling would rather believe it than not. As soon as the man left, Xia Mingming complained to Yu Shu in a low voice, "That person is obviously here to make money. But you, saying that you won't accept the money because you can't predict it correctly. This is exactly what he wants. Even if he can predict it correctly, why would he come back to give you money?" Yu Shu wrapped the red rope and said optimistically, "I am not anxious." "Why are you anxious? What business are you doing? The first few days will be a loss. It's not like you are the reincarnation of the god of wealth who can make money just by stretching out his hand." Xia Mingming could not win against her in an argument. She could only suppress her anger and asked again, "What's the use of wrapping the red rope around him? What kind of saying is this? Are you saying that the 8 doors with the red rope will be more accurate?" Yu Shu put the red rope back and held her chin with one hand. She turned her head and winked at him, "It's useless." Lu Mingming said, "Then why did you give it to him? It's not practical to just use your mouth. What can you give to make people believe you?" Xia Mingming thought for a while and understood. She looked at her with disdain, "You said it so nicely, but you are just trying to be mysterious." Chapter 150. Yu Shu used the excuse that she wouldn't accept money if she couldn't predict the future. In the morning, only 3 to 5 people stopped by their little divination stall. Whether it was asking for money or asking about misfortune, they didn't earn a single cent. Business was bleak. She and Xia Mingming spent most of their time sitting there like decorations. When it was noon, Xia Mingming made a fuss and wanted to go back. Of course, Yu Shu didn't ask her to leave. She gave her a piece of silver and sent her to buy a scallion pancake to eat. Lunch was just like that. In the afternoon, she did 2 free divination readings. When it was almost dusk, Yu Shu, under Xia Mingming's urging, unhurriedly closed up the stall. When she got home, the sky was still dark. As soon as she entered the door, she smelled the smell of medicine. Yu Shu called out and heard Yu Xiaoxiu answering her in the kitchen. She asked Xia Mingming to push the car back into the house and went to the west room to find Jing Qin. There was a soft straw curtain hanging on the door. The door was half open, but Yu Shu still knocked on the door twice to go in. What surprised her was that Jing Qin wasn't lying on the bed. Instead, he was sitting at the table in front of the window, writing. When he raised his head and saw her come in, he held the brush in his hand and smiled at her. His expression was very pleasing to the eye. Yu Shu looked at him openly. She walked over and stood at the side of the table. She asked, "What's wrong?" "I asked the doctor to take a look." "Did he say you're better?" Jing Qin nodded. He took a clean piece of paper and wrote on it, "It's a new prescription. I bought half a month's worth of medicine. I just drank it." Yu Shu lowered her head to look at the table. She wanted to see what he was writing just now, but she saw a piece of paper beside his hand. What was written on it was not words, but drawings. She let out a soft sound. She took a closer look and saw a little thing squatting on the windowsill. It was black and white. Kim Bao jumped out of the paper and naughtily jumped down. Although it was not a proper painting, the ink color was well proportioned, and the movement was balanced. It made Jin Bao look lively. Yushu liked it and asked Jing Chen for it. She took it back and pasted it on the inside of the house. It added some interest to the bare walls. Yu Xiaoxiu cooked the porridge. Yushu cooked 2 hot dishes. Her cooking skills were average. She only made some home-cooked dishes. However, Jing Chen and Yu Xiaoxiu weren't picky. Xia Mingming didn't want to be picky because he was eating plain rice. The 2 dishes and soup were enough for the 4 of them. There wouldn't be any leftovers. After dinner, the weather cooled down. Yushu asked Yu Xiaoxiu to bring a chair to the courtyard. She brewed a pot of chrysanthemum tea. The 4 of them enjoyed the cool air under the moonlight. Jing Chen and Yu Xiaoxiu listened to Xia Mingming talk about how Yushu read fortunes for people on the street for free during the day. Yushu leaned on the chair and looked up at the stars. From time to time, she would chime in. Only when someone yawned did they go back to their rooms to sleep. No matter how reluctant Xia Mingming was, Yushu still woke her up the next morning. There aren't many people. Even if I go, I'll just sit there. It's such a hot day. Why do you want me to go? Xia Mingming complained as she put on her clothes. Yushu grabbed a comb and smoothed her hair. She said, "What if someone wants to read the fortune of marriage? I'm not good at it. Let's test your knowledge of the 6 lines." The few things that Yushu could show were arranged in order. They were the prediction of the time of calamity, the weather, the position of the 8 doors of life and death. As for feng shui, she had learned a lot and lacked practice. So she didn't know much about it. As for the astrology, it was related to major events. Xia Mingming had learned a lot from Yushu. It was not good to burn the bridge after crossing the river. She swallowed her dissatisfaction and followed her out. Outside the same wine shop as yesterday, Yushu first went in to chat with manager Sunday. Then she came out to set up her stall. Most likely, the person who did free fortune-telling at her stall yesterday went back and mentioned that there were a few more customers today. What was interesting was that all of them were housewives who were short on money. None of them had any plans to spend money. But there were still many requests for fortune-telling. When it was almost noon, another auntie with the surname He came. She said that her son had accompanied her daughter-in-law to visit relatives. They were late for a few days and did not return. She wanted to ask Yushu to see if there had been any accidents on the road. Yushu took her son's and daughter-in-law's birthdays. After calculating and seeing that there was nothing wrong, she comforted her, "Auntie, don't worry. The 2 of them are safe and sound. It's probably because sister-in-law rarely returns home. Just stay for a few more days. It's not a big deal." Auntie he half believed and half doubted, "Is that so? Are your fortune-telling accurate?" Xia Mingming sat in the shade behind Yushu and curled his lips. Xiaoyi's people hated this phrase the most. Being asked accurate or not. If he answered accurately, there's always a chance. If he did not answer accurately, then what's the point of talking? Yushu had a good temper and said, "As long as you keep them safe in your heart, they will return safely. Don't always think that nothing will happen just because something happened." Yushu's words were ambiguous and Auntie he was not very satisfied. She asked again, "Then help me calculate again, when will they return?" Hearing this request, Yushu laughed, "Auntie, I can't calculate this." Auntie he frowned and unhappily stretched out her hand towards Yushu, "Forget it. Give me the 8 characters and I'll go ask around." "Do as you wish." Yushu handed the 8 characters back to her. This auntie stood up and was about to leave. Xia Mingming could not hold back his words any longer. Seeing that this person did not pay for his fortune-telling and did not even say a word of thanks, he coldly snorted, "I advise you to save a few steps." Even if this was brought to the Celestial Commissioner, no one would be able to answer. Auntie, he was about to leave, but when she heard this, she turned her head back and said unhappily, "Why can't you all tell? Why can't I go ask around? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? My legs are on my legs. I can go wherever I want, it's none of your business." This middle-aged woman's body was sturdy and her voice was loud. When she spoke, it was like she was quarreling. 2 sentences attracted the gazes of everyone on the street. Yushu secretly sighed and quickly raised her hand to cover Xia Mingming's mouth. She did not give him a chance to quarrel with her and said to Auntie, "I'm sorry, my brother's mouth was a bit too fast. You can go ask around. Whether this fortune-telling is accurate or not, I won't charge you." Seeing that she had the upper hand, Auntie said in a bad mood, "I see that you two are still young and haven't learned your skills. You're learning to come out and fool people. I advise you to go home early and not harm others and yourself." After saying this, they turned around and left. The passers-by on the street took their words out of context and thought that the 2 of them were trying to swindle people. They pointed at them and whispered to each other, but none of them said anything good. Not only did they not help, they were also bitten. Xia Mingming was so angry that he wanted to chase after the woman, but Yushu grabbed him tightly. She only let him go when the woman disappeared. "Why are you grabbing me? Look!" She ran away. Xia Mingming turned his head and angrily said to Yushu, "Now we can't even explain ourselves. What reason do you have?" Yushu wiped the saliva on her palms on her clothes and sat down again. She was very calm even though there was a group of people on the street looking at her. "Of course we have reason. We were kind enough to help her read her fortune, but she wrongly accused us of swindling people." Xia Mingming angrily swung his arm. Yushu casually fiddled with the abacus and said in a voice that was neither loud nor soft, "That's because she's unreasonable, not because you're reasonable. She came to ask for her fortune. If we can calculate it, that's because we're capable. Whether she believes us or not is her business. If we can't calculate it, she can go wherever she wants. The road is wide open, how can you control where she goes?" Xia Mingming didn't refute. He more or less understood that she had caused trouble by talking too much. He wanted to lose his temper but couldn't, so he angrily said, "You're the most reasonable one. I'm going back." Yushu didn't stop her and watched as she walked away. Because she had been here twice before, she wasn't afraid that she would get lost. The wine shop's shopkeeper's son heard the commotion and came out to ask Yushu a few questions. Yushu told him the truth. Shopkeeper's son was old and had seen many things, so of course he wouldn't echo what others said. He comforted her with a few words, "A long journey tests a horse's stamina, and time reveals a man's heart. If you really have the ability, then don't be afraid of 1 or 2 gossips. Stay on this street for a while and see a few more faces, it won't be bad for you." He then called for a waiter to bring out a pot of tea. Yushu thanked him. No matter how the people on the street looked at her, no matter if there were people asking for her fortune, she stubbornly stood guard in front of the divination booth for the entire day. A straight body doesn't fear a crooked shadow, and a hard back doesn't fear a poke. Because Xia Mingming had caused trouble, he didn't have the nerve to imitate Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Qin when he returned home. When he was asked why he returned home early, he made up a lie, saying that he wasn't feeling well. When Yushu returned home in the evening, she didn't expose him. However, when she woke up early the next day, she didn't wake her up again. In the 3 streets of Osmanthus Lane, there were only a few things that could be talked about all day long. As the saying goes, good news doesn't leave the house, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. In just one night, almost half the street had heard of a young man setting up a divination booth to swindle money from people. Today, when Yushu opened her booth, she didn't see a single person asking for fortune-telling. Instead, there were people who specially came to this street to see who was the swindler. Today, she had learned to be smarter. When she came, she brought a book to read. Even if no one came, she didn't just sit there and do nothing. Instead, she studied the 5 elements of feng shui and arranged a row of divinations. She treated this messy street as her own study, not paying attention to the outside world as she sat there for the entire day. Before sunset, she closed her booth an hour earlier. It wasn't that she couldn't sit still, but that there was a rain in the evening and she had forgotten to bring an umbrella. Just as Yushu was about to reach home, rain began to fall from the sky. This rain came so suddenly that many people who didn't have umbrellas in Osmanthus Lane ran into the nearby shops to hide from the rain. As the rain grew heavier, the wind became cold. Just as shopkeeper's son was about to ask the waiter to close the windows, he saw 2 rare guests walk in, patting the rainwater off their shoulders. Shopkeeper's son dismissed the waiter and walked around the counter with a smile. "Young master Shi, are you here to hide from the rain or to drink?" "I made it." The youth walking in front smiled and turned his head to the youth behind him. "Brother Roy, let's first go upstairs and wait for the shopkeeper to go down to the cellar to get some wine. Today, we'll drink Chu." Before he could finish his words, the youth suddenly sneezed, shivering from the cold wind blowing at him. The youth wrinkled his eyebrows and ordered shopkeeper's son, "First boil a pot of hot tea and bring it over." The youth rubbed his nose and said in embarrassment, "It's nothing, just a bit of wind. It's not a big deal. We're here to taste wine, what's the point of drinking tea?" The youth ignored his protests and took out a clean handkerchief and placed it on his forehead. Turning around, he went upstairs. Chapter 151. In the blink of an eye, it was mid-October, and the autumn air was crisp. Yushu and her group had been in Anling City for a month. Yushu was making a living by setting up a fortune-telling stall in Osmanthus Lane. Due to various reasons, business was poor. Sometimes, she didn't even have a customer in a day. On the other hand, the other traders on the street would earn 1 or 2 taels of silver a day. Yushu was persistent. Every customer that came would be a customer. She would earnestly calculate their money. Unfortunately, most of the questions were trivial and didn't show her ability. In this way, the gimmick of not collecting money became the reason why the customers didn't return. In the past 7 to 8 days, there wasn't a single customer who came back to say that she was right and gave them a red packet. Gradually, Yushu couldn't sit still anymore. It wasn't because she ran out of patience, but because she didn't have much money on hand. Buying a house and furniture cost about 100 taels of silver. She also paid for Jing Chen's medicine, which cost about 40 to 50 taels of silver. She only had about 20 to 30 taels of silver left to feed 4 people. Everything in the capital was expensive. A day's food cost 1 to 200 copper coins, and that was cooking at home instead of eating outside. Since she didn't have enough money, she had to think of ways to earn it. Otherwise, she would be starving after a month. There were places to gamble in Osmanthus Lane. It was easy to earn money, but Yushu didn't dare to try it. She was afraid that she would get used to it. It was better for her to make a proper living. Xia Mingming didn't go to Osmanthus Lane with Yushu after that day. Seeing that Yushu couldn't earn much money, he tried to persuade her, "You can't do it. You should prepare for the Great Yen examination with me. As long as you can earn 100 taels of silver and get the Celestial Commissioner's invitation card, you can find any trading house and everyone will be polite to you. You don't have to suffer on the streets." Yushu was not moved at all. "It's only September. How can we wait until then? If I don't go and make money, you'll all be starving." The next day, she woke up early as usual and went out to set up her stall. Yu Xiaoxiu wanted to follow her, but Yushu ordered him to read at home. The night before, she gave him math problems to solve. Another reason was that she wanted him to stay at home to cook for Jing Qin. For this reason, she even taught him how to cook noodles. Sometimes, she would cook 2 dishes first and let them heat them up for lunch. Xia Mingming was a freeloader who didn't have the slightest sense of shame and would occasionally cause trouble for Yushu. But Jing Chen was too self-aware. Although he couldn't be too tired, he would never bother Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu if he could do it himself. After dinner, he would even help to clean up the dishes. Some time ago, Yushu praised his paintings, so she asked him to paste them in the room. He would draw one for her every day, either a naughty Kim Bao, a studying Yu Xiaoxiu, or a bird perched on the eaves. Every day was different, so that Yushu, who had been tired all day, could come home and smile happily. Yushu was used to predicting 1 or 2 hexagrams for herself before going to bed every night to prevent trouble. Last night, there was a sign that she had lost money. The next morning, she only took the money for the meal when she went out. She didn't take her purse with her. In the morning, when a few ruffians came to the front of the fortune-telling stall, she realized that losing money was not referring to losing money or being stolen. "Boy, who told you to set up a stall here to tell fortunes? Do you know where this place is? This is Osmanthus Lane. The road on the street has to be rented. The Evergreen Gang in the south of the city is in charge of this place. We didn't pay attention to it before and let you occupy this place for a few days. Tell me, what should we do?" These ruffians were very rude. The leader was wearing a short-sleeved shirt. He had thick arms and a collar that reached his chest, revealing a few tufts of chest hair. He spoke with a slight smell of alcohol. Yushu knew that they were here to collect protection fees. She was alone, so she wasn't stupid enough to go against the ruffians. She stood up and politely said, "I'm new here, so I don't know the rules of the street. Please forgive me. May I know how much the rent is here? I'll pay it now." Seeing that she was tactful, the ruffian leader's attitude became slightly better and he introduced his business. "We collect rent on the 2nd day of every month. Depending on the location, the rent is also different. This place is in the middle of the street and there are many people coming and going. It's 10 taels of silver a month. Today is the 15th day, so you should pay 5 taels of silver." Yushu inwardly frowned. This group of people really dared to ask for 10 taels of silver a month. In a year, it would be more than 100 taels of silver. It was enough to buy a house. She turned her gaze and looked at the 2 sides of the street. Seeing that no one was surprised by her actions, everyone seemed to be used to it. It seemed that the local tyrant of Osmanthus Lane was the Evergreen Gang. Yushu reached for her purse and touched nothing. Only then did she remember that in order to avoid trouble in the morning, she only brought food money with her. She cupped her hands and said, "I'm really sorry. I woke up late this morning and forgot to bring money. How about I pay you tomorrow?" Who would have thought that the ruffian leader's expression would immediately change? "Wait until tomorrow." "If you don't come tomorrow, then wouldn't you have occupied this place for a few days for nothing?" His worries weren't without reason. Osmanthus Lane wasn't the only place in the south of the city where people moved. There were at least a dozen other places. Outside of Osmanthus Lane, they weren't under their control. Often, there would be people who didn't want to pay the protection fee and would move to another place every few days. However, Yushu didn't know about this. She smiled and said, "How could that be? I'm not here to cheat people, so where can I go? You can rest assured. 5 taels of silver, right? I'll bring the money tomorrow morning." After hearing her promise, the ruffian leader sneered. He didn't say a word and raised his leg to kick her little divination stall. The entire cart fell over with a bang. Yushu hurriedly took 2 steps back and tripped over the folding stool. She fell to the side of the road on her butt. The ink on the stall spilled out and splattered all over her head and chest. Paper was scattered all around her, making her look like a mess. Ouch! Yushu pressed on her thigh and groaned in pain. She was furious. She propped herself up with one hand and used her sleeve to wipe the ink off her forehead. She secretly clenched her fists and raised her head to look at the ruffian leader. She held back her temper and didn't smash the folding stool on his face. Brat, at this time tomorrow, send the money to Mingyuan gambling house. If you dare to run away, you can try. Even if you hide in the northern part of the city, we'll still be able to find you. Pfft. The head Chinese ruffian spat a mouthful of thick yellow phlegm onto Yushu's shoes. Yushu wasn't a person who could stand being bullied. She was so angry that her teeth were chattering. However, for the sake of making a living, she lowered her head and swallowed her anger. After the three ruffians left, she silently got up from the ground, bent over to pick up the stall, and limped around to pick up the broken pieces that had fallen everywhere. There were many onlookers on the street, but none of them came forward to help. After picking up the broken pieces, a tortoise shell was still missing. She couldn't just throw away the 2 taels of silver that she bought for nothing. Yushu squatted on the side of the street and looked at the feet of the passers-by. After a while, she finally saw the tortoise shell in the middle of the road. Someone was stepping over it, and it was almost crushed. She hurriedly bent over and walked forward. Before she reached the tortoise shell, she saw a figure bending down between the legs of the passers-by and picking up the tortoise shell. She hurriedly reached out and squeezed forward. Sorry, that's me. Her words were stuck in her throat. There were passers-by passing by. She looked up at the face in front of her and was dumbfounded. She never thought that she would really meet him in such a big city like Anling City, and under such circumstances. Is this yours? Shui Rui handed over the tortoise shell that he had just picked up and looked at the person in front of him. However, the boy's face was covered in black, so he couldn't see his face clearly. He just walked over from the street, so he didn't see the ruffians just now. Yushu saw that his expression was unfamiliar, as if he didn't recognize her. She was stunned for a moment, then recovered and hurriedly took the turtle shell. She coughed and lowered her voice, trying to sound out her thanks. She didn't know if she wanted to see if he didn't recognize her or if she didn't want him to recognize her. There's no need for that. Shui Rui glanced at her again, and then he walked past her and entered the tavern behind her. Yushu stood in the same spot for a while. She raised her hand to touch the dried ink on her face. Realization dawned on her. When she turned around, she couldn't see the figure of that person. She lowered her head and bitterly smiled. She couldn't describe the feeling in her heart. It wasn't the first time that they didn't know each other. She went to put the things she picked up back into the closet and didn't stay on the street. She pushed the cart and left the street with a heavy heart. In the bar, Shui Rui sat on the first floor. When he turned his head, he could see the street outside through the window. He held a cup of wine, not drinking a single drop. Only when Yushu was out of sight did he retract his gaze and ask manager's son who was doing the accounts behind the counter, what happened at the entrance just now. Manager's son stopped what he was doing and looked out the window. Shaking his head, he said, wasn't it because the Evergreen gang was collecting the rent? That little brother probably didn't have any spare money and was taught a lesson. It can be said that he was unlucky. There were many sons of heaven here, but he didn't earn many red packets. Shui Rui asked again, does manager know him? And, that little brother's character isn't bad. The day before he came, he specifically told me that he wanted to take the Dian exam but didn't have enough money to spend, so he came out. I saw that he had some ability and might be able to win 100 yuan in the future. Normally, I would take care of him. But from the looks of it, he won't be coming tomorrow. Shui Rui's eyes flickered. Raising his hand, he drank a cup of wine. After putting down the silver, he stood up and left. On the way, Yushu found a river and washed her face. She tied up her hair and sat alone for a while, waiting for her mood to calm down before returning home. With the sun shining brightly in the morning, Yu Xiaoxiu suggested carrying a blanket out to dry. Jing Chen helped to tie the rope under the wall. The door was not closed and Yu Shu pushed it open. Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Chen heard the door open and turned their heads to see that it was her. Yu Xiaoxiu asked curiously, "Why are you back so early? Business isn't good." Yu Shu nonchalantly placed the wheelbarrow that was missing a wheel against the wall. Rubbing her neck, she entered the house. Jing Chen looked at her frail back. For some reason, he could sense that she was in a bad mood. Without thinking, he put down the rope in his hand and followed her. Chapter 152. Yu Shu returned to the room and sat down in front of the simple desk by the window. She kicked off her half-wet shoes that she washed by the river and bent her legs on the chair. She casually picked up the math problems that Yu Xiaoxiu had done. After checking a few of them, she became absent-minded and stared at the paper. She didn't even notice when Jing Chen came in. Jing Chen rarely saw Yu Shu in a daze. She was always busy. From the ship to the capital, she had never been idle. No matter when and where she was always full of energy. It was as if she had endless energy, making people mistakenly think that she was never tired. Only when she was alone would she occasionally reveal a tired look. Just like the days when they were surviving in the cave. At night, when they were asleep, she would stand guard alone. She would frown, sigh, and secretly take a nap. Then she would be awakened by a little movement. She would yawn and stand guard until dawn. He quietly paid attention to her. He could always find some unknown things about her. She had a bad temper and a small appetite. When she was happy, she would smile. When she was embarrassed, she would look around. When she was angry, she would speak in a low voice. When she was thinking of bad ideas, she would rub her chin. He didn't know if it was because she was the only person who knew about the past that he had forgotten. That's why he treated her with special importance. He would always pay attention to her happiness and anger. When he saw her working hard, he would want to share her burden. When he saw her unhappy, he would be a little depressed. Even if he couldn't make her happy, he would find a way to divert her attention so that she wouldn't think about those unhappy things. Yu Shu was feeling depressed because her stall was smashed by the ruffians in the morning. Then, she coincidentally met Chao Zixin. When she felt a tap on her shoulder, she turned her head and saw Jing Chen standing behind her. He reached out his hand. She looked at his empty palm and asked in puzzlement, "What's wrong?" Jing Chen did not speak. He stretched out the index finger of his other hand and tapped on the palm of his left hand twice, indicating that she was here. Yu Shu was puzzled as to what he was going to do when she saw his left hand flipping quickly on the ground. When he opened it again, there was a long feather on his originally empty palm. It should have been dropped by the migrating geese in autumn. The feather was fine and neat, full of luster. The grayish-blue color was like the sky before it rained. Yu Shu blinked and raised her hand to take it, but Jing Chen dodged and flipped his palm over again. Yu Shu only saw his wrist shake slightly, and when he flipped it up again, the feather was gone. "Read?" Yu Shu stared at him in puzzlement and tried to grab his hand. This time, Jing Chen didn't dodge. He let her check his sleeve again and again with a smile on his face. "Where did you hide it?" Yu Shu couldn't find the feather for a long time. She had to give up the idea of exposing him. She let go of him, but her eyes didn't leave his hand. She curiously waited for him to take out the feather again. Jing Chen waved his hand, indicating for Yu Shu to copy his action. When she opened her palm, his empty left hand gently brushed past her palm. One big and one small hand crossed each other. When they left, the beautiful feather was already lying on her hand. "Yeah." Yu Shu let out a cry of surprise. She picked up the long feather and looked at it left and right. She couldn't find the trick to it, so she couldn't help but ask, "How did you make it appear?" Jing Chen smiled and reached for the brush. Yu Shu quickly took out a piece of paper and handed it to him. Seeing him quickly waving the brush on the paper, he gave it to her. Without waiting for her to see it clearly, he turned around and left the room. Yu Shu looked at the words on the paper and angrily and laughed. She hit the table and turned her head to see that Jing Chen had disappeared. He must have run away because he was afraid that she would pursue the matter. She couldn't help but laugh. She put down the paper and gently touched the beautiful feather. She thought that if she had a few more, she could make a fan. Unconsciously, she forgot her previous worries. The sunlight outside the window shone on the paper beside her hand. She saw 4 words written on the paper, "I won't tell you." One of the wheels of the cart was broken. After lunch, Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Chen wiped the table and washed the dishes. Yu Shu squatted in the yard and fiddled with the cart. She wanted to see if she could fix it. But after a long time, she still couldn't figure out how to put the wheel back on. She couldn't help but praise the dexterity of the ancient craftsmen. Without a screw, they could still put the wheel on the axle and make it spin. Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Chen finished their work and came out to see Yu Shu knocking around the cart. They walked over. "How did the wheel fall off?" Yu Xiaoxiu bent down and pointed at the wooden wheel that had fallen to the side. "I pushed a rock on the way and tripped," Yu Shu said. She was distracted and the hammer hit her finger. It hurt so much that she stood up abruptly with a hiss. She shook her finger twice and the hammer fell from her hand again, hitting her toe. "Ouch!" Yu Shu cried out in pain. She hugged her foot and jumped on one leg. Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Chen quickly reached out to support her. "How could you be so careless? Quick, check if it's bleeding," Yu Xiaoxiu said anxiously. Although Jing Chen couldn't speak, he also looked at her with a worried expression. Yu Shu gasped and pointed to her head. My foot hurts." Seeing this, Yu Xiaoxiu hurriedly helped her back to the house to check if her foot was injured. Jing Chen wanted to follow them but was blocked by Yu Xiaoxiu at the door. He said perfunctorily, "Brother Jing, can you check if the cart can be fixed?" He then closed the door to prevent Jing Chen from seeing Yu Shu taking off her slippers and socks. Jing Chen looked at the closed door and stood for a while. When he didn't hear any more cries of pain from the house, he turned to look at the cart. With one wheel missing, the cart was tilted to one side and was on the verge of collapsing. Jing Chen picked up the hammer and supported the cart to check. He glanced at the edge of the table and saw half a vague footprint. He frowned and raised his hand to measure the size of the footprint. He was deep in thought. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yu Xiaoxiu came out of the house and was surprised to see Jing Chen pushing the wheeled cart around the courtyard. With a look of amazement, he asked, "Big brother Jing, you fixed the cart?" Jing Chen nodded and pushed the cart to a shady place. When he saw the door open, he went in to see Yu Shu. When Yu Shu heard Yu Xiaoxiu said that Jing Chen fixed the cart, she limped out to take a look. She personally pushed the cart and confirmed that it was really fixed. She couldn't help but be happy. She patted Jing Chen's shoulder and praised, "You are really good. Now you don't need to find a craftsman to save money. I will cook a good dish for you tomorrow." The next morning, Yu Shu was still the first to get up. After washing her face, she went to the kitchen to cook. She planned to cook tofu for Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Chen for lunch. After cooking, she untied her apron and saw Jing Chen washing his face in the corner of the yard. She greeted him, "Why are you up so early?" Jing Chen wiped the water off his face and gestured to her, "I will go out with you today." "Aw." Yu Shu didn't understand what he meant. Jing Chen didn't explain much. After washing his face, he sprinkled the water on the small vegetable field in the yard. He went to the kitchen and got 2 bowls of porridge. He took them to the living room of the big house and waved to Yushu to eat. Yushu went out early. Every day after cooking, she didn't rush to wake Xia Mingming and Yu Xiaoxiu up. She only woke them up before going out. These days, Xia Mingming often stayed out all day. Yesterday, Yushu gave her a few taels of silver to make lunch. After breakfast, Yushu went into the house to wake Yu Xiaoxiu up. When she came out, she saw Jing Chen waiting for her at the door with a cart. Only then did she understand why he woke up so early. "You want to go with me to set up a stall?" When Yushu saw Jing Chen nod, she didn't know if she should be happy or embarrassed. She looked him up and down and teased him, "No, no. If you sit on the street for a day, your body won't be able to take it. If you faint, I won't have to carry you back." Hearing this, Jing Chen couldn't help laughing. He felt a little unhappy. He grabbed her hand and wrote, "I won't be so weak." After he finished writing, as if he wanted to prove the truth of this sentence, he grabbed the edge of the table and easily carried the heavy cart to the steps outside the door. He turned his head and signaled Yushu to come out quickly with his eyes. "I don't know what to do with you." Yushu looked at him helplessly and hid the smile on her face. She deliberately said, "Okay, then let's go together. But let's make this clear. If you faint, I will leave you on the street and come back alone." Hearing this threat, Jing Chen nodded seriously, as if saying, "Okay." Yushu couldn't help laughing. She closed the door and pushed him to the side. She grabbed the cart and pushed it herself. When the two arrived at Audiobooks Lane, they set up a stall outside the tavern. Yushu took out a stool and let Jing Chen sit down. She told him, "Jing Chen, wait for me here. I will go buy something and come back later." Yushu planned to go to Mingyuan Casino to pay the protection fee, so she asked Jing Chen to look after the stall. In any case, she didn't see many customers all day long. She wasn't afraid that someone would come to read her fortune when she wasn't around, so she didn't tell him anything else. Jing Chen obediently nodded. He watched as Yushu walked away. When she disappeared at the corner of the street, he turned his head and placed his hands on the table. He didn't look around and just looked at the stone pavement in front of him, waiting for Yushu. He didn't look at people, but it didn't mean that no one was looking at him. Jing Chen's appearance was extremely good. His eyes were clear and handsome. Although he had lost his memory, he had cultivated for many years and didn't need to wear luxurious brocade clothes. He had a delicate temperament and his eyes didn't look at anything impure. He just sat on the roadside and was very eye-catching. Passers-by rarely turned their heads to look at him, especially young girls who were at the age of love. They didn't know many handsome men. Once they saw him, they couldn't help but sneak a peek or stop to look. The people of and were considered civilized. Men and women were guarded against each other, but they didn't care about small details. They didn't go to the extent of cutting off hands and feet when they rubbed shoulders. If they said anything, it would be considered not following the etiquette of a woman. Since Yu Xiaozhen was quick, a brave young lady came up to the stall and pretended to ask for his fortune. Jing Chen could only shake his head. Seeing that the other party didn't understand and didn't want to leave, he took out a pen and paper and started to write. Because Yushu had told him earlier that he couldn't write the ancient script, he imitated the handwriting he had seen in a book the day before and told the person that he couldn't speak. Who would have thought that the other party would take pity on him? Seeing his handwriting, she even sat down to talk to him. Not long after, a few more people came up. In less than the time it took to burn a stick of incense, there were actually 3 or 4 people gathered in front of the stall. Chapter 153. Yushu found the Mingyuan Casino on the west street of Audiobooks Lane. It was a 2-story building, but it wasn't as grand as she had imagined it to be. However, the signboard was bigger than the other casinos on the street. Only one of the 3 doors was open, and there was an oily yellow leather curtain hanging from the outside with the word "gambling" clearly written on it. As soon as Yushu entered, she was hit by the sour smell of sweat. The hall was filled with the noise of people talking and gambling. It was autumn in September, but there were people who were shirtless, revealing their fat back. Yushu was sick of the smell, so she resisted the urge to turn around and leave. She quickly searched the hall and found a man who was drinking tea alone in an inconspicuous corner. He looked like a manager, so she avoided the crowd and walked towards him. When she got closer, she saw that the man had a scar on his face, from the left side of his forehead to the side of his nose. It looked a bit ugly, but the strange thing was that this man didn't look fierce. He was around 30 years old and looked very calm. Yushu stopped and went forward to talk to him. "Brother, may I ask who are you looking for to pay the rent for a divination stall in Autumn Osmanthus Lane?" The scar-faced man raised his head and glanced at her, but didn't answer. He reached out and waved somewhere else. Soon, a tall and strong man ran over. Yushu recognized him as the head of the local gangsters who smashed her stall yesterday. He had the same face. Yesterday, he looked fierce, but now he had a smile on his face. "Brother, hi, what can I do for you?" The scarred man pointed at Yushu. The bully turned his head and looked at Yushu. He didn't answer and just waved his hand. Soon, a tall man ran over. When Yushu saw him, she recognized him as the bully who smashed her stall yesterday. He had the same fierce face yesterday, but now he had a smile on his face. "Brother, hi, what can I do for you?" The scarred man waved his hand. The bully looked at Yushu and said, "Come with me." Yushu first thanked the knife-scarred man before leaving with him. The two of them squeezed to the side of the casino counter. The leader of the local gangsters placed one hand on the counter and said to Yushu with a fierce face, "Did you bring the money?" "I've brought it." Although Yushu was still angry at the ruffian, she didn't show it on her face. She took out an ingot of silver she had prepared earlier and handed it over. He weighed it in his hand twice, then passed it to the waiter sitting behind the counter and said, "The piece of land in front of Old Son's Tavern is for this half a month." The waiter took the money and immediately wrote on a piece of paper. He handed it to Yushu and took out a small piece of paper. When the plate of cinnabar was placed on the table, Yushu looked at the piece of paper with the words, "In front of Son's Tavern, September 15th, and 5 taels written on it. She didn't understand what it meant. The head ruffian impatiently urged, "What are you staring at? Sign your name and leave your fingerprint." Yushu didn't understand and asked, "What's this for?" She didn't know what this was for, so how could she just casually sign it? What if she sold her out? "I'm asking you to sign it, so hurry up and sign it. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" The head ruffian shouted at Yushu. Yushu tilted her head to avoid his spit. She sneered inwardly. Sooner or later, she would give him 2 slaps to vent her anger. She then went to ask the waiter who was doing the accounting. The waiter was quite easy to talk to. When he heard her question, he explained, "Write your name at the bottom and leave your fingerprint. That piece of land will be rented to you. If anyone tries to snatch your territory, just bring this note to our Evergreen gang. I guarantee that you won't be at a disadvantage. Remember to pay the rent next month, otherwise this note will be invalid." When Yushu heard his explanation, she was quite surprised. She originally thought that the protection fee was for nothing. But now, it seems that it was quite useful. At least, she didn't have to worry about others snatching her territory. After Yushu signed the note, the head ruffian left. She didn't rush to leave. Instead, she asked the waiter about the scar-faced man who was drinking tea in the corner. The waiter was probably bored sitting at the counter early in the morning, so when he heard someone talking, he was happy to chat. From the waiter, Yushu found out that the scar-faced man had a powerful background. He was the vice leader of the Evergreen Gang. Today, he came down to patrol and coincidentally ran into Yushu. This person's surname was Su. Previously, Yushu heard the head ruffian call him Brother Hai. His real name was Tsing Hai. Listening to the waiter's respectful tone, Tsing Hai had been practicing martial arts for many years. He was skilled in martial arts and was a martial artist. No wonder when she saw him sitting calmly, he must have the confidence of a martial artist. Yushu wasn't interested in Beaver Hai. She just wanted to understand the strength of the Evergreen Gang. She asked enough questions and was afraid that the waiter would notice something, so she changed the topic. Little brother, where is the E district? I want to try my hand. It wasn't that her hands were itchy, but the 5 taels of silver that she had to pay for half a month made her heart ache. She couldn't defeat the evil forces, but she could at least be self-sufficient and win back the protection fees for the next month. When the waiter heard this, he laughed. Brother, you must be someone from outside the capital. You haven't been here for long. There's no place in the south of the city that dares to gamble openly. Yushu was surprised. Why is it that people are not allowed to gamble in Enling? It can't be. She always thought that the bigger gambling houses would have gambling houses. There was no rule in Yang City that forbids people from gambling. The waiter said, it's not the whole of Enling. It's just that the south of the city is not allowed, but the north of the city is allowed. If you want to gamble, you have to go to the north. Yushu had a strange look on her face. What's going on? Why is it not allowed in the south of the city, but allowed in the north? The waiter said, we have a saying in the capital. You haven't heard of it, right? Yushu cupped her hands and said, please enlighten me. It says that there is a Qianyuan road that separates the south and the north. The 3 religions and the 9 streams converge in the south of the city, and the wealth and glory gather in the north. It was not difficult to understand this saying. This was the first time that Yushu heard of it. She felt that it was interesting. Just when she was about to ask the waiter to tell her more about Enling, she heard a shout behind her. Xiao Qi, why are you slacking off again? Hurry up and settle the bill. After being caught, the waiter called Xiao Qi was too embarrassed to continue chatting with Yushu. He pretended to be busy and whispered to her, okay, I have to work now. You can go and do your work. Since we've been talking for so long, let me remind you that there are actually gambling places in the south of the city. However, they are not in the open. Our Evergreen Gang has an underground place. However, if you don't have 100 or 80 taels of silver, I advise you not to gamble there. You will lose more than you earn. Take it easy and live a good life. When Yushu heard this kind advice, she thanked him and left. Before she left, she looked at the corner where Master Zhai was sitting. However, he was nowhere to be seen. After Yushu left Mingyuan Casino, she quickly walked through the alleys and arrived at the street where Sun Ji's tavern was located. Before she reached it, she saw through the crowd that her little divination stall was surrounded by 4 people, both men and women. They blocked Jing Chen's figure, and she couldn't see him. Thinking that something had happened, she hurriedly ran over. Jing Chen. As soon as Jing Chen heard Yushu's voice, he stood up. When he saw that she had a worried expression on her face, she squeezed through the crowd and approached him. The uneasiness that he had felt earlier immediately disappeared. He waved his hand at her to indicate that he was fine. When the people in front of the stall saw that Yushu and Jing Chen knew each other, a clever-looking girl asked in a crisp voice, you must be Mr. Yu. Young Master Jing said that this is your divination stall. We've been waiting for a long time. You're finally here. Please help me with my divination first. Before Yushu could figure out what was going on, she heard the girl say that she wanted to have her fortune read. It was rare to see a customer. Her heart was filled with joy. She quickly smiled and replied, "Okay." She gave Jing Chen a look that said, "We'll talk later." Then, she walked around to the back of the stall and sat down. With a pleasant expression, she asked, "Miss, what's your surname?" "My surname is Zhou." "Miss Zhou, what do you want to know?" "Can you tell me which day of the next month is a good day? My mother and brother are going back to their hometown." There was a saying that people should first look at the yellow calendar before going out. However, this saying was meant for modern people. In ancient times, the yellow calendar was only used by the emperor's family. If ordinary people wanted to choose an auspicious day to do things and avoid disasters, they would have to ask for divination. For example, moving house, meeting friends, burying people, getting married, etc. "Very well, wait a moment, I'll give you a palm." Yushu was not very good at arranging the calendar, but she knew enough. She let Jing Chen help her grind the ink, and then she picked up the brush to do the divination. Before she finished writing, she heard Miss Zhou's snickering. Following her gaze, she saw several pieces of paper with Jing Chen's handwriting on it. She looked at her own dog-crawling handwriting and knew what Miss Zhou was laughing at. However, she was not angry. Instead, she laughed and said, "Miss, please don't laugh at my ugly handwriting. This brother of mine is handsome, so his handwriting is beautiful. I am a bit ugly, so naturally my handwriting is ugly." Miss Zhou was initially embarrassed by what Yushu had said, but as she listened to Yushu's crooked reasoning, she was amused, just like the people around her. She raised her head and looked at Yushu. The youth in front of her had a round forehead and long eyebrows, a straight nose and bright eyes. He looked very amiable. How could he be called ugly? He was just not as handsome as the people around him. Jing Chen looked at how Yushu was able to make the young lady laugh with just a few words, and how she handled the situation with ease. He could not help but admire her. Yushu only joked with the young lady for a while before she started to calculate seriously. About the time needed to drink a cup of tea later, she put down her brush and said to Miss Zhou, "The 3rd, 5th and 11th of the next month are all good days to visit relatives. May I ask your mother and your brother, what is their zodiac sign?" Miss Zhou did not know the reason behind Yushu's question, but she still cooperated and told her, "My father is Xiao Niu, my brother is Xiao Ji." Yushu reached out her hand and drew a line on the paper. She said, "Then the 5th. On the 3rd day you rushed the evil ox, on the 11th day you rushed the chicken, and on the 5th day you rushed the best." Miss Zhou nodded and did not hesitate. "Thank you for your trouble. How much is it?" This was the first time since Yushu set up her stall in Autumn-Osmanthus Lane that someone asked for money. Yushu was not stupid enough to say, "I don't need to pay if I can't calculate it." She quickly compared the market price and said, "You are the first customer today. 50 copper coins will be enough." In other places, it was 1 dime of silver, but when it came to Yushu, it was reduced by half. As soon as Miss Zhou heard that it was cheap, she happily counted half a string of copper coins and placed it on the table. She looked at Jing Chen again before she left in satisfaction. Yushu looked at the money on the table and her eyes almost turned red. After enduring for so many days, she finally made a profit. She happily turned her head to look at Jing Chen, who had just helped her get her first business. She thought that this fellow was really good at attracting money. It seemed that Ji Du Xing's divination was not so bad that there was no cure for it. Suddenly, Yushu's smile froze. She stared at Jing Chen and suddenly remembered something. She pressed the table and stood up. She stood on tiptoe and looked at Miss Zhou, who was about to disappear. After saying that, she anxiously chased after her. "Jing Chen, you look after her first, I'll be back soon." Chapter 154. Jing Shan watched from afar as Yushu caught up with Miss Zhou, who had just asked for her fortune. She gestured with her hands and feet and said something. After a long while, she turned around and came back. Looking at her expression, it was unknown why she was no longer as happy as before. There were still a few people waiting in front of the divination stall. Yushu returned to the side of the divination stall and hurriedly took a pen to write down a string of 8 characters on the paper. Then, she apologized to the customers. "I'm really sorry. I have some urgent matters to attend to and need to go home. I'm sorry to have made you wait for so long. How about this, come back to me tomorrow. I won't charge you money to read your fortune for you." The few of them had been waiting for a long time and were unhappy when they saw that the divination was not successful. When they heard the second half of Yushu's words, they showed their dissatisfaction and left one by one. After sending these people away, Yushu began to clean up the divination stall. Jing-Chen tugged at her sleeve in confusion and asked her with his eyes what was wrong and what urgent matters she had to go home for. Yushu didn't know how to explain it to Jing-Chen for a moment, so she said perfunctorily, "Pack up first. I'll tell you on the way back." As she sorted out, she thought about how to tell Jing-Chen. The truth definitely couldn't be told. Should she tell Jing-Chen that she was afraid that he would bring trouble to them if he came into contact with strangers and get into trouble for no reason? During the days she spent with Jing-Chen, she had always been on guard against the power of the Kata star. Although she didn't know how much of it was because of Jing-Chen's influence, Shit, Yu Xiaoxiu, and Xia Mingming had indeed encountered small disasters during this period of time. Most of them were avoided under her attention. Of course, there were also some that couldn't be avoided. For example, yesterday, she had calculated that she would lose money, but in the end, her stall was still destroyed by others. In her spare time, Yushu had also pondered about the evil spirit of the Kata star. There were a few guesses. First, the Kata star's attacks had a periodic cycle. Take their adventure on the ship. After escaping from danger, they had settled down for a while. At least, they had been safe during that period of time in the cave. Therefore, the Kata star's attacks did not kill people every time. The reaction was in the shape of a parabola on the mathematical image. Every time, after a great disaster, it would stop for a few days, and then it would rise bit by bit to the next peak. Second, the Kata star's attacks had conditions. It couldn't implicate others for no reason. At the very least, one had to have contact with Jing-Chen. However, she couldn't find a standard for this contact. Take her for example, when she was in Yang City, she and Jing-Chen had only seen each other across a river, and he had felt that she was implicated by him. However, just by seeing each other, he could let the other go through danger. This Kata star was too overbearing, and it didn't conform to the logic of existence. Therefore, there must be conditions that she didn't know about, such as certain hours and certain days. Third, the Kata star's attacks had a time limit. If one was implicated by a disaster, then even if they didn't immediately get unlucky, they wouldn't stay dormant for too long. It would probably be within a month. Yushu had just caught up with Miss Shou and asked for her birth date and 8 characters. She also asked her to come back tomorrow. She wanted to go back and see if the young lady had been implicated by Jing-Chen. She didn't want to be as unlucky as Xia Mingming, who almost lost his life because he opened the window early to get some fresh air. In fact, it would be more convenient to ask Jing-Chen directly. Before he lost his memory, he had told her that he had a feeling if the people he had been in contact with were implicated by him. However, she did not dare to rashly ask Jing-Chen about it. Jing-Chen had lost his memories, but he was not stupid. This matter concerned his own body, and he would definitely sense that something was wrong. At that time, when he asked about it, how was she going to make Yushu explain his evil fate, and explain what Jing-Chen should do in the future? Yushu was worried. When she brought Jing-Chen on the road, she knew that things wouldn't be so simple. Previously, Jing-Chen didn't have the opportunity to interact with others. Everything depended on her, but it wasn't difficult. Now that Jing Qin went out, the problem arose. Could she let him stay in that small courtyard for the rest of his life? AI. On the way back, Jing Qin tilted his head to look at Yu Shu, who was sighing repeatedly. He could sense that she was worried, but he didn't know why. He originally wanted to ask her why she was in a hurry to go home. Seeing her like this, he didn't add to the trouble and quietly followed her home. When they were about to arrive at the door of the house, Yu Shu found an awkward reason to fool Jing Qin. She said that she had arranged Miss Zhou's birth date wrong by half, so she had to go home to review the calendar. Yu Xiaoxiu saw that Yu Shu came back before noon with the stall, so he couldn't help asking curiously, "Why are you back at this time? Is the car broken again?" Yu Shu was upset, so she didn't pay attention to him. She went into the house and sat at the desk. She randomly distributed some ink and took out the note of Miss Zhou's birth date and began to calculate. The brush was not very smooth, which seriously delayed her calculation progress. It wasn't until lunchtime that she finally calculated Miss Zhou's misfortune in this month. The result made her feel relieved and depressed. The little girl was lucky. In the next month, she only had a minor illness and some quarrels with others. There was no serious harm. She worried for nothing. If you don't eat, it will be cold. If you have any work, do it later. Yu Xiaoxiu had already heated the food. He came in and called Yu Shu several times, but she didn't move. "I'm coming." Yu Shu folded the toilet paper and put it on the corner of the table. She stood up and stretched. Hearing the sound of bones cracking, she cracked her fingers and then followed Yu Xiaoxiu out. Xia Mingming went to Peiran Hall to inquire about something, so he didn't come back at noon. Only the three of them had lunch. Yu Shu sat at the seat directly opposite the door. There was a square table, with Jing Qin sitting on the left and Yu Xiaoxiu sitting on the right. There were two dishes on the table, a plate of home-style tofu and a plate of stir-fried vegetables. They were very vegetarian, but the food was much better than when Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu lived in the Ji family's compound. They sat at the table, and Kim Bao was eating under the table. Yu Shu prepared a special plate for it. It was the size of a palm, and it was more than enough for its small appetite. Yu Xiaoxiu asked Jing Qin why Yu Shu came back early. Seeing that Yu Shu was not in a good mood, he thought that his mother was unhappy about the wrong divination. He didn't mention it again, but begged, "Brother, I've been bored at home for a few days. Can I go out with the divination tomorrow?" Yu Shu said, "I'm bored. Let's go out for a walk after lunch. On the way, we can get vinegar on the back street." She didn't plan to take Jing Qin out with her tomorrow. If Yu Xiaoxiu wasn't at home, who would cook for Jing Qin? Yu Xiaoxiu curled his lips. He knew what she was thinking, so he exposed her. "You're afraid that Brother Jing won't be able to eat at home alone, right? Don't worry. I taught him how to make a hot meal a few days ago. He won't starve to death if he's left alone at home." Jing Qin stopped chopping and looked up at Yu Shu. He felt a little funny in his heart. No wonder she always let Yu Xiaoxiu stay at home to do homework and read books. She rarely asked him to go out. It turned out that she wanted him to cook for her. Yu Shu put the bowl on the table unhappily and scolded him, "Watch your words." Yu Xiaoxiu knew that his words angered Yu Shu, so he didn't dare to talk back. He lowered his head and admitted his mistake, "I was joking." He then apologized to Jing Qin, "Brother Jing, I didn't mean anything else." Jing Qin shook his head, indicating that he didn't mind. He then smiled at Yu Shu, telling her not to be angry. Yu Shu snorted and said, "Tomorrow, both of you stay at home. No one wants to go out." Seeing that Jing Qin and Yu Xiaoxiu nodded their heads, she picked up the bowl and continued eating. Now, she didn't have to worry about Jing Qin going out with her tomorrow. Xiao Mingming came back in the middle of the afternoon with a long face. Anyone could see that she was not in a good mood. Yu Shu was teaching Yu Xiaoxiu how to use an abacus in the room. She came in without knocking, sat on Yu Shu's bed, and stared at the two of them. Yu Shu patted Yu Xiaoxiu to let him continue practicing. She walked to her side and asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Mingming said in a muffled voice, "I went to look for Mr. Fong this morning." Mr. Fong was the one who wrote the recommendation letter to Xiao Mingming. When Yu Shu heard this, she knew what she was angry about. A while ago, Xiao Mingming received the recommendation letter and went to the Celestial Commissioner's residence to record her name. But the official told her that the recommendation letter was wrong and refused to let her take the exam. In fact, it wasn't the recommendation letter that was wrong, but the official wanted money. At that time, Yu Shu didn't have any spare money, so she asked Xiao Mingming to wait. It seems that she couldn't sit still, so she went to look for Mr. Fong and asked for another recommendation letter. She went to the Celestial Commissioner's residence to ask for it, but she couldn't get it. Sure enough, Xiao Mingming beat her legs and said angrily, "I humbly asked for another recommendation letter and went to the Celestial Commissioner's residence to record my name. But the official still refused, so I went to his superior. In the end, that dog official said that I missed the date of the exam and wanted me to pay 50 taels of silver to make up for it. Damn it, do they think I'm a fool? How could I not know that I didn't miss the date of the exam? They are obviously deliberately making things difficult for me." To enter the Great Yen examination, the process wasn't complicated. First, one had to ask for a recommendation letter from Mr. Yi, who was registered in the Celestial Commissioner's residence. Then, they took it to the Yamen of the Celestial Commissioner's residence to verify it. Then, they only needed to record their name and get the official certificate. They didn't even need a residence card. The official certificate was equivalent to an admission ticket. Then what are you going to do now? Yu Shu wanted to help Xiao Mingming. Originally, she planned to take Xiao Mingming to bribe the official to get the official certificate after she had earned enough money. But who would have thought that her fortune-telling stall's business was so bad? She didn't earn back her money and had to pay 5 taels of silver as a protection fee. Now, she couldn't take out 50 taels of silver for Xiao Mingming to take the exam. Xiao Mingming looked at Yu Shu and stammered, "You, how much money do you have?" Yu Shu stood up and took the leather bag from the top of the wardrobe. She took it to the bed and shook it. The silver ingots and banknotes all fell out. She pointed at them and said, "I only have about 20 taels of silver." Xiao Mingming immediately cried, "What should I do? In a few days, when it's October, the Celestial Commissioner won't be allowed to take the exam. If she missed this year, she would have to wait for another 3 years. She would have been taken back by her family. By then, it would be too late." Thinking about the future, Xiao Mingming was at a loss. Seeing that only Yu Shu could ask for help, he grabbed her hand and said, "Ashu, help me think of a way. You have the most ideas. You must have a way, right?" Yu Shu frowned and didn't say anything. She knew that Xiao Mingming must have a reason for being able to endure all the way here. However, there was only one way to find so much money in such a short period of time, and it was also the way she was most reluctant to use. "Alan, Ashu, do you have a way?" Lu Mingming was so anxious that he cried. He carefully looked at Yu Shu, afraid that she would shake her head. Chapter 155. After spending half a month at Osmanthus Lane, this was the first time that Yu Shu did not open her stall on a rainy day. Qing Chui led Xiao Mingming to Mingyuan Casino early in the morning when there were not many people on the streets. Although it was early in the morning, the gamblers in the marketplace often gambled throughout the night. As the largest casino in Osmanthus Lane, Mingyuan Casino was equally crowded no matter day or night. Xiao Mingming followed behind Yu Shu. As soon as he entered the main hall, he almost vomited from the stench of sweat and foxes. She glanced at the scene in disgust and tugged at Yushu's back, whispering, "Can't we go somewhere else? I can't stand this smell." Yushu glared at her, "Just bear with it." Xia Mingming pouted. Since she was the one who insisted on following, she was too embarrassed to complain and followed Yushu in. Yushu squeezed through several gambling tables and found the young man behind the counter she had seen yesterday. She leaned forward and greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Brother Xiaoqi." The shop assistant, Xiaoqi, recognized Yushu and asked, "Why are you here?" Yushu placed the 2 packets of dried fruits on the counter. She opened the packet of dried fruits and pushed it forward. "Thank you for helping me write a note yesterday. I had nothing to do today, so I came to see you. These dried fruits are sold at the door of my house. They're very fragrant. Take them and have a taste." Xiaoqi was not very old, about the same age as Yushu. He was still at the age where he loves to eat. When he smelled the aroma, he picked up a flower and popped it into his mouth. He chewed on it and happily leaned on the counter, recording the flower while talking to Yushu. "Who's this?" Xiaoqi pointed at Xia Mingming, who was standing beside Yushu. "He's my brother." Xiaoqi looked at Xia Mingming a few more times and winked at Yushu. "Why does your brother look better than other girls?" Xia Mingming glared at him and hid behind Yushu. Yushu chuckled, "Let's not talk about her. She's thin-skinned." Xiaoqi couldn't see Xia Mingming anymore, so he asked Yushu, "You came to play with me, aren't you going to open your stall today?" Yushu also picked up a flower and ate it raw. "No, business isn't good." Xiaoqi clicked its tongue and said, "What's not good about it? I see that you guys are all good at making money. You can easily make a few taels with just a pinch of your fingers." Hearing a layman's understanding of a barter, Yushu can't help laughing. He can know the cause and effect by pinching his fingers. If he is not a swindler, he must be a great immortal. "That's what you saw. Can't you see that there are still many people who can't eat?" Yushu said. "Who can't eat?" "You." Xiaoqi pointed at Yushu and joked. Unexpectedly, Yushu nodded seriously. "I can still eat it now, but I can't say for sure in a few days." "Ah." Yushu saw that he was surprised and asked, "Brother Xiaoqi, yesterday you said that the Evergreen Gang has a barter. Can you tell me how to get there?" Xiaoqi spat out the raw flower in his mouth and stood up straight. "Why? You want to go there?" "Yes, I need money urgently, so I want to go and have a look." Yushu told the truth. If she wasn't in need of money, she really didn't want to cause trouble in such a place. Xiaoqi hesitated. "It's not that I can't tell you, but you have to think carefully. Gambling in Enling City is different from other places. It's common to lose 100 times. If you're unlucky and meet a few fortune tellers at the same place, you'll lose all your money." Yushu knew that he meant well and said, "Don't worry, I'm quite good at mathematics. I learned from a great fortune teller in my hometown." She was talking about Pei Jing, so it wasn't a lie. She did learn accounting from Pei Jing. When Xiaoqi heard this, he didn't try to persuade her anymore and told her how to enter the barter. It turned out that the Evergreen Gang's barter wasn't open every day. It was open on a single month and on a single day on a double month. The location wasn't fixed either. You had to come to Mingyuan Casino first and get an entry slip before you knew where to go. Therefore, if one didn't walk the streets often and knew people, it would be impossible to find a gambling place in the south of the city. Yushu had accidentally befriended Little Chi and struck up a conversation with someone. That was how she got to know Little Chi and got the directions. "Here, you can only enter with this slip." Xiaoqi rummaged under the counter and found a yellow slip the length of a finger. He said to Yushu, "But you have to pay for it." "How much?" Yushu reached for her purse without hesitation. 5 taels for 1. Yushu's hand trembled. She cursed under her breath, but she still took out her money. She counted out half a bag of silver and placed it on the counter. She took the slip from Xiaoqi's hand and examined it. The entry slip was crudely made. On it were the words Year Ninwu, Chrysanthemum Spring Fragrance House, and so on. There was a red stamp on the back. Before Yushu could see what was on the red stamp, Xia Mingming stretched out his hand and asked curiously, "Let me see." Yushu passed the slip to him. Seeing that Xiaoqi had put away the money, she thanked him. Xiaoqi waved his hand and glanced at Xia Mingming. He reminded, "Oh right, this slip only allows one person to enter. It's only valid during the month. Don't bring others with you, or you'll be kicked out. Also, don't miss the date. We'll change the stamp in October." "Got it. Then I'll leave you to your work. I'll treat you to a drink after I win some money." Yushu said some polite words and left with Xia Mingming. This trip was considered a smooth one. She found out where the gambling place was. Coming out of the gambling house, standing on the street, Yushu and Xia Mingming took a few breaths of fresh air. "Ashu, do you know where this spring fragrance house is?" Xia Mingming asked with the slip in his hand. "Yes." In order to find a place to set up a stall, Yushu had walked around Audiobooks Lane. Seeing the name of Spring Fragrance House, it was not difficult for her to remember the sign she had seen before. She frowned. It was not a good place. It was a brothel on the street behind Audiobooks Lane. "Then shall we go now?" Xia Mingming was eager to try. "Not us. I'll go alone." Yushu took the slip from his hand. "Didn't you hear what he said? One slip only allows one person." Xia Mingming's face fell. "Then what about me? You stay at home." Not to mention that she did not have extra money to buy another ticket. Even if she had extra money, Yushu did not intend to take Xia Mingming with her. Xia Mingming was a troublemaker. She did not know what trouble he would cause if she really went. Xia Mingming knew that they did not have enough money, but they still wanted to stay to gamble. So, she did not ask Yushu to buy another slip. "Then do you have a reason to go now?" "Not now. Tomorrow." "Can't we go today?" Of course, Xia Mingming hoped to get the money as soon as possible. Only when she got the admission certificate could she be at ease. Otherwise, she would not be able to sleep at night. "I can't go today." "Why?" "Because it's September now." "What's wrong with September?" Xia Mingming asked in confusion. Yushu looked at her disdainfully. "Next time you go out, okay?" It was an odd month with 2 days. It was September now, and today was the 23rd. What could she do there? Go to a brothel? As soon as Yushu and Xia Mingming returned home, Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Chen greeted them. The former asked, "How was it?" Xia Mingming begged Yushu yesterday, and Yu Xiaoxiu was also present. Xia Mingming did not hide it from him. After dinner, Xia Mingming let it slip, and Jing Chen also knew that Yushu was going to gamble in order to raise money for Xia Mingming. Yu Xiaoxiu actually did not approve of Yushu gambling with their living expenses, but because Xia Mingming was present, he did not make it obvious. "Well, I found everything. I'll go and have a look tomorrow." Yushu sat down and drank some water. Seeing that the matter was settled, Yu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but say, "Can't she not go? If she doesn't pass the exam, the money will be in vain." Xia Mingming was unwilling. "Who do you think can't?" "I'm talking about you," Yu Xiaoxiu said bluntly. "You're not as good as my brother in learning. My brother doesn't want to go, but you insist. You don't have a single cent to spend, and in the end, my brother has to think of a way for you." Xia Mingming was embarrassed by his words, and his face turned red. After a while, he thought of something to say. I don't need you to worry about it. Why do you care so much? Who cares about you? I'm just worried that my brother will suffer. You Xiaoxiu and Yu Shu had been eating and sleeping together for the past few days, so his mouth wasn't as dumb as it used to be. Furthermore, he was still young, so he didn't need to be humble. Thus, he was able to gain the upper hand when arguing with Xia Mingming. Yu Shu was annoyed by the two of them. She suppressed the urge to give each of them a slap on the head. She put down the teacup and went back to the inner room. Jing Chen saw this and stood up as well. They were still arguing outside. Yu Shu sat at the desk, playing with the beautiful feather that Jing Chen gave her. Jing Chen stood beside her, moved the inkstone, grinded the ink, and wrote on the paper. Can I go with you? Yu Shu looked at the paper and tilted her head to look at the handsome Jing Chen. Suddenly, she remembered the time when Jing Chen went to the Ji family's Baoran casino to win money with her in Yang City. She did not expect to encounter a similar situation again. She was moved, so she mentioned the past to Jing Chen. A few months ago, we met in Yang City. At that time, one of my elders was seriously ill and needed money. I went to the casino to win money. I was afraid that they would embarrass me, so I specially asked you to be my bodyguard to protect me. Do you still remember? Nose Dust tried hard to recall, but he had no impression at all. He shook his head with some disappointment. Seeing that he couldn't remember anything, Yu Shu smiled and looked back at the feather in her hand. She did not intend to tell Jing Chen that at that time, she was thick-skinned and asked him for help, so he agreed to accompany her. Unlike now, he took the initiative to ask. But this time, she could not bring Jing Chen. 50 taels of silver, in the capital, was not much at all. There were many rich people here. As long as she controlled the amount well, she would win and lose tomorrow. She would earn 50 taels of silver in silence. It should not cause any trouble. She calculated for herself last night. Chapter 156. On this day in September, Xia Mingming was the first one to wake up. When Yu Shu was woken up by her knocking on the door, the sky had just brightened. She slowly got dressed and went to the other side of the screen to pull the quilt over Yu Xiaoxiu, who was still sleeping. Once she went outside, Xia Mingming followed behind her, washing her face and combing her hair. Even when she went to the bathroom, she waited outside. Seeing that Yu Shu was calm, Xia Mingming was anxious but did not dare to rush her. It was not until she saw her turn into the kitchen to start the fire to cook that she could not help but say, "You can eat breakfast outside." "What are you still doing? You don't need to pay to eat outside." Yu Shu directed her to add water to the pot. She carried the small pot in the basin and poured out half of the jar of rice wine she bought the day before. She counted 4 eggs and prepared to cook a sweet wine poached egg for breakfast. A few days ago, Yu Xiaoxiu mentioned that he wanted to eat this. Originally, she wanted to cook it yesterday, but because of Xia Mingming's matter, it was delayed. If she did not cook the rice wine soon, it would go bad. "Oshu, are you confident? What if you lose the money?" Xia Mingming moved closer to Yu Shu and asked worriedly. Her big eyes were hilariously ashen. Because she was worried that she would miss this opportunity, she could not sleep well for the past 2 days. Yu Shu scooped out the half-cooked poached egg and placed it in a bowl. She then poured the rice wine into the pot and covered it with a lid. She then turned to Xia Mingming and said, "If you lose money, immediately write me a letter home and ask your family to pick you up. Pay off all the money you owe me, and then you can go wherever you want. You're still in the mood to joke with me at a time like this." Xia Mingming muttered. "Who's joking with you?" Yu Shu wiped her hands on her apron and went back to the house to get an abacus. She made a series of calculations in front of Xia Mingming and turned the abacus in her hand to show her, "Look, from the time we jumped off the boat until now, including travel expenses and daily food and lodging, you owe me a total of 89 taels and 67 copper coins. I've recorded it all for you. Including the interest, you have to pay me 127 taels and 42 copper coins. I'll waive the small change and count it as 127 taels. If you dare to not pay up, believe it or not, I'll knock you out and sell you to the human traffickers." Yushu grinned and reached out to pinch Xia Mingming's face. "With your appearance, you can sell it for at least 180 taels. Xia Mingming angrily slapped away Yushu's hand. Because she often made fun of him, he didn't get angry. "Don't worry, I won't forget. Don't mention 100 taels. When I really pass the Dian exam, I'll give you 1,000 taels." Yushu stuffed the abacus into her hand. "You have to give it even if you don't pass." Here. Xia Mingming was very angry with Yushu, so she hugged the abacus and walked out. As soon as she left, Yushu saw a neatly dressed Jingchen walk out of the kitchen. It just so happened that the rice wine in the pot was ready, so she called him over to serve breakfast. She said, "If I don't come back at noon, you can eat outside. The cold noodle shop at the end of the street is very tasty. It's hot today, so it's very comfortable to eat. Remember not to let the shop owner add chili for you." Jing Qin nodded. Yushu filled 2 bowls. Originally, she wanted to take them out first, but when she touched the edge of the bowl, she retracted her hand and rubbed her earlobe. Seeing this, Jing Qin reached over her and carried the hot bowls out. Yushu saw that he wasn't afraid of the heat, so she simply left the 2 bowls for him to carry. She washed the spoon and went back to the room to wake Yu Xiaoxiu up. Before going out, Yushu once again checked her belongings. Last night, she burned 2 sticks of willow charcoal, a knife, an abacus, and 20 taels of silver. Except for the abacus, she put everything else on her body. Then, she looked in the mirror and changed into her best robe. She used the bottom of the pot to make her eyebrows look rough and blackened her sideburns, making her look more like a young man. Not letting Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Qin follow, Yushu brought Xia Mingming out. No matter what, they were working for her. How could she let them wait at home idly? At the very least, she had to let her know that doing something wasn't easy. The 2 of them went out late. When they arrived at Osmanthus Lane, the sun was already high. Yushu turned 2 streets and found Spring Fragrance Brothel. There weren't many customers in the brothel during the day. 2 fair and clean-looking women sat in front of the brothel, eating melon seeds. In their hands were fragrant handkerchiefs, and when they saw people passing by, they would smile. Although their clothes didn't reveal their shoulders or elbows, their pink and green clothes clearly showed that they weren't from good families. Xia Mingming originally didn't know where this Spring Fragrance Brothel was, but now that he saw it, he knew where it was. He was stunned for a moment, then pulled Yushu back to the side of the road. With a red face, he lowered his voice and said in panic, "Why is it such a filthy place? What else did you think it was? An inn?" Yushu pushed her hand away and adjusted her collar. She brushed her hair and said, "Wait for me outside. If you're hungry, look for food nearby. I'll be out before dark at the latest." With that, she strode across the street. Xia Mingming didn't even have the chance to stop her. She watched helplessly as she was ushered in by a prostitute. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. Her heart suddenly felt empty. She couldn't tell if it was because of discomfort or something else. Her nose felt stuffy, and she really wanted to rush in, pull her out, and tell her that she didn't want to take the exam. However, once she thought of the consequences, she shrank back. Clenching her fingers, she retreated a few steps with guilt. She shrank into a small alley by the side of the road and stared at the door of the brothel across the street. She gritted her teeth and said, "Ashu, I owe you. I'll repay you 10 times over in the future." As soon as Yushu entered the brothel, she showed Old Duck the slip she bought from Minuan Casino. Old Duck still had a smile on his face. He examined the red stamp on the slip and handed it back to her. He casually beckoned for a 12 or 13-year-old fledgling to lead Yushu through the hall to the back. The front hall of the brothel was decorated with a fragrant scent and red gauze curtains everywhere. After passing through 2 bead curtain doors and entering the back courtyard, there was another world. In the yard of about 200 square meters, it became. There was a circle of tea tables in the shape of a zigzag. There were about 30 of them, and the center was empty. Half of the people were sitting at the tables. Some were drinking tea, and some were chatting with their neighbors. There was no gambling. At first glance, it seemed that they had intruded into someone's tea party. The fledgling led Yushu to the back courtyard. A man wearing a blue and gray cloth hat came to ask Yushu about the entrance slip. Then he asked the fledgling to lead her to a seat. Yushu chose a place with more people to sit down. She wanted to listen to the conversation between 2 people, in case she didn't know the rules here and made a fool of herself. The tea table in front of her was not big, just enough for one person to sit alone. In addition to cups, there were writing brushes, ink, paper, inkstone, and several envelopes. She didn't know what they were for. After the fledgling poured tea for her, she stood behind Yushu for a while. Seeing that Yushu didn't give her money, she left resentfully. Yushu and her neighbors chatted, but they didn't see her and ignored her. After saying a few words, Yushu realized that it was boring, so she didn't stick to their cold faces. She took the abacus from her waist and put it on the table to practice. After a while, a few more people came in. When Yushu saw that they didn't have any intention to gamble, she asked the man who collected the tickets. When the man heard what she said, he smiled. "This should be your first time coming back. This morning's gambling will only start after the sun rises and the number of people is full. Those who come late will have to wait until the afternoon's gambling is over. If you want to gamble in the afternoon, you can stay for lunch. If you don't want to gamble, you can leave first. Similarly, if you want to stay for the evening, you can stay for dinner. Of course, you have to pay for the wine and food yourself." This evergreen gang really knew how to do business. 5 taels of silver for a ticket. If they wanted to earn enough money, how could they just gamble in one gambling session? If they wanted to stay for dinner, they would have to spend money. The food in this building would definitely not be cheap. 1 or 2 taels of silver would definitely not be cheap. Seeing that this person was easy to talk to, Yushu couldn't help but ask a few more questions. "You're right, I'm from the south, and this is the first time I've played this game in Enling. I noticed that the rules here are very different from where I came from, and they even have to split up to gamble. Tell me the rules." The man said, "There is no need to be anxious. When everyone is here, someone will tell you. Please take a seat first." When Yushu heard this, she didn't ask any more questions. She thanked him and returned to her seat. She drank 2 mouthfuls of tea to moisten her throat and counted the number of people present. There were 24 people present and she was still missing 6 people. She just had to wait patiently for someone to arrive. A burly man walked in from the east and stood in the middle of a circle of tea tables. He clapped his hands and the backyard quickly quietened down. The burly man's voice was loud and clear. "Thank you all for your support. Gambling in my evergreen gang's territory, please be at ease. Our superiors have used our connections to ensure that no one will come to check on us and ruin everyone's gambling spirit." As soon as he finished speaking, a few voices of agreement could be heard. Gambling in the south of the city is prohibited and this is a clear prohibition. If you want to play, you have to go to the north of the city. However, the waters in the north of the city are deep and it is not a place where normal traders can afford to play. Hence, there are many people who would secretly start gambling and profit from it. However, if you want to maintain this place, you have to have some skills. The burly man looked at the crowd and continued, "It is nearing Dian and there are many new faces in Enling. Today, there are a few people here who are just passing by. Let me explain the rules here." When Yushu heard that a serious person had arrived, she stretched her ears to listen. Gambling is different from place to place. 2 months ago, our Evergreen Gang's territory changed to the most popular form of gambling in the north of the city. It is called betting. Please take a look at the left side. There are 2 envelopes, one red and one white. Please choose your own question, 1 bet for each question. The minimum bet is 5 taels of silver per question. Place the question into the red envelope and write down the solution to the question into the white envelope. There will be a minimum of 3 questions. That is to say, before the game starts, you must have a total of 6 red and white envelopes. This burly man was tall and burly, but his speech was very methodical. Later on, I will give out 30 different numbers. Once the game starts, you can spend 5 taels of silver to pick your opponent's number and choose a question to bet on. Alternatively, you can pick your own number. Every hour is a round. If you are unable to solve the question, or if you get it wrong, you will lose the bet. You will have to pay the full amount of the bet to the person who created the question. Otherwise, the person who created the question will lose the bet to the person who solved the question. Let me say this first, if anyone wants to renege on the bet and can't afford to lose, please leave early. Don't come back later and regret it. There is no such thing. The burly man finished his last sentence with a cold expression. He then gestured towards the 2 tea tables on the southeast side. "Today, we have invited Mr. Song from Hong Ren-Yi's shop and Mr. Liu from the Xing-Yi shop as guests. If anyone is unwilling to accept their loss, we will have to trouble the 2 of you to make a decision." At the tea table, a middle-aged man and an old man cupped their hands in greeting. Many of the people present recognized these 2 famous people from Osmanthus Lane and stood up to greet them. Let's cut the nonsense. Today, we will still gamble on 3 rounds. The game will start in half an hour. Everyone, please think of your questions. Men, hand out the numbers. Chapter 157. In Yushu's view, the gambling in Anling City is very interesting. It is quite different from the gambling she has seen in Yang City. There are more rules here, but the more it is gambling. After all, gambling requires luck. There are 30 gamblers present, and each gambler has 3 questions. That is to say, there are at least 90 questions. Some of them are easy, and some have high stakes. When you bet on other people's questions, other people are also betting on your questions. Because you don't know the bet beforehand, you may win on one side and lose on the other. While the cards are being distributed, Yushu thinks about it. She now has 20 taels of silver, which means that according to the minimum bet of 5 taels of silver for 1 question, she can choose 4 questions. According to the bet, if she bet on 4 questions, she can also bet on the 4 questions in other people's hands. If she can only lose, she can win at least 40 taels of silver for the first round. That is to say, if she is unlucky and gets 5 taels of silver for each question, she can't stop after the first round. For the sake of prudence, Yushu doesn't want to be arrogant. She wants to bet on the lowest bet of 5 taels of silver for the 4 questions in the first round, in order to have one more chance to draw a question. The number plate was quickly given out. Yushu got number 19 because she would be drawing numbers according to this order later. The closer the number was to the front, the better. She didn't care what number her number was, but the people near her were secretly happy because their numbers were in the front. After getting the card, Yushu starts to set the questions. The business of the stall in Chiu Gui Fang is not good these days, so she bought a copy of Arithmetical Classic from another trading store and studied it in her spare time. She has a better understanding of the mathematical level of people at this time, so she is not totally clueless when she is asked to set the questions. Trying to write neatly, Yushu put the questions and answers into the envelope, and marked the front of the envelope with 1, 2, 3, 4. She didn't dare to give too many questions. Only one of them was difficult, and the other 3 were average. She wanted to preserve her capital and gamble a few more rounds to make up the numbers. When the time was up, the burly man who had been explaining just now walked out again. Behind him was a fledgling holding a tray. He didn't care if there were people who hadn't come up with a question yet. He showed everyone the 30 numbers on the tray, which corresponded to the ones in everyone's hands. If there's anyone who wants to draw a question first, you can call your number now. 5 taels of silver to buy an advantage. Although they could not know who was behind the number, and whether the question was difficult or easy, everyone present was a bargainer. Since they dared to gamble, they all had some ability. It was not as if there was no one who had done some research on numbers and could see through it. Sure enough, 3 people were willing to pay to choose their opponents first. To Yushu's surprise, one of them called her number. Next, the burly man personally directed several fledgling to go to the tables of the 3 people whose numbers were called. He took the questions in the red envelopes on their tables and gave them to the 3 people who called their numbers. He wanted to see whether they wanted to choose 1, 2, or all of them. Soon, a fledgling came back with a tray. Yushu looked at the 4 red envelopes on the tray. She reached out and took a look. She didn't see the numbers she had just made. Obviously, the other party had picked all 4 of her questions and returned 4 of them. Yushu had a subtle feeling in her heart. She accepted the other's number and kept it for solving the questions later. Then she opened the envelopes one by one. She didn't look at the questions first, but looked at the bet under the questions. The bet of the first envelope made her so surprised that she clicked her tongue. The other party actually bet 100 taels of silver. Was he really that confident that others would not be able to solve it? Yushu was shocked as she looked at the question. Immediately, the corners of her mouth twitched. This question could be considered to be of a standard. At the very least, it was 2 levels higher than the questions in the gambling houses of Yang City. However, it was not considered difficult for her. She solved it in the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Yushu put down the first one and opened the second one. She shook the paper and looked at the bottom. She was stunned. 100 taels of silver. She looked at the question and knew that he could solve it. Excellent. She directly opened the remaining 2 envelopes, 100 taels of silver. All 4 questions cost 400 taels of silver. This made Yushu feel like a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. She pressed down on the middle question and raised her head to look at the other side. She found the person who had chosen her question. Obviously, the other party had just read her 4 questions and was looking at her. Because there was a distance between them, they couldn't see each other's faces clearly. But Yushu knew the difficulty of the questions he had set. She estimated that the other party would be able to solve 2 of her questions. In this way, Yushu felt that she was in a dilemma. Should she solve these 4 questions or not? Should she solve one or all of them? This was 400 taels of silver. If she really won against the other party, she would definitely stand out and attract the jealousy of others. She might even become enemies with the person who lost the money. But she didn't understand. There was no reason to reject the meat that was delivered to her. Yushu touched her chin and picked up the teacup to take 2 sips. Finally, she decided to solve 2 of his questions and leave 2 empty. At least she could save face and there was no hatred between them. She didn't want to let the other party lose too badly. She took out her charcoal stick, touched the paper, and compared the 4 questions. She picked out 2 that she was interested in and solved them. At this time, the other guests in the game had chosen their opponents according to the card number. The strong man who presided over the game put a water bottle on the table in the middle so that everyone could see it. It was an hour for a round. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, someone solved the first question. Yushu looked over and saw the strong man personally take the solution and the card number from that person's table. He took it to the table of the person who set the question and opened the white envelope to answer. He then handed the question and the solution to the person who set the question. After the other party confirmed it, he raised the card in his hand and announced loudly, "Number 9, bet on question number 16, 10 taels of silver." There were a few whispers in the quiet room. The person who lost the bet put the money on the tray, and the strong man pointed to a young man to take it to the person who won the bet. This was the round. After watching the excitement, Yushu no longer paid attention to the following developments. She skillfully solved the first question. Less than half of the time had passed, and during this time, a few more people had won, but the highest bet was only 20 taels. There was also the man who had spent 5 taels of silver to bet with her, and he had also solved one of her questions. Yushu very readily paid the money. After all, she had more money to win from him later. She was not in a hurry to call the burly man over to verify it. Instead, she continued to solve the next question. After solving it, she saw that there was still plenty of time, so she rechecked the 2 questions that she had already calculated, just in case she was careless. After that, the strong man came to her table twice, and Yushu obediently paid the money. It was a total of 15 taels of silver, and she still had 5 taels of silver in her hand. When there was almost the time to drink a cup of tea left, she stopped and scribbled on a few pieces of paper with charcoal. Looking at the gamblers who were either happy, dejected, or working hard, she waved to the strong man. "This way." The strong man came over. He first picked up the number on her table and looked at it. Then he took the 2 questions she handed to him and took the number to find the person who solved the questions. Yushu looked over there, rubbing her hands, waiting to hear the sweet sound of winning the bet. However, she didn't hear the announcement. From her point of view, the strong man stood in front of the table with his back facing her, blocking her view. She couldn't see what the 2 people were talking about. She had a bad feeling. When she was about to stand up, she saw the strong man turn around, raise the number in his hand, and said in a muffled voice, "Number 19, lose the 2 questions on number 7, 200 taels of silver." Yushu's expression suddenly changed. She pressed the table and stood up. She lost the bet. How could it be possible? After the strong man finished his announcement, he walked towards her and asked the young chick behind him to come forward. He expressionlessly asked her to put the money on the tray. However, Yushu didn't take the money. Instead, she said with a straight face, "I want to see his solution first." She wasn't boasting. She was very confident in herself. Unless it was a precise calculation, the probability of her making a mistake after checking twice was only 1 in 10,000. It was completely negligible. If she didn't make a mistake, then there must be a problem with the person who solved the questions. The burly man didn't say anything more and turned around to take the solution from that person. Yushu took a look at it and sneered inwardly. That person's solution was far from the correct solution, so how could it be correct? She shook the 2 pieces of paper in her hand and turned her head to the 2 gentlemen who were invited by the Evergreen gang and said, "He made a mistake. May I ask Mr. Song and Mr. Liu to help me verify it?" This was 200 taels of silver. Not to mention that she didn't have it, even if she did, she wouldn't let it slip away like this. The 2 people looked at each other. The older Mr. Song said, "Give it to me." Yushu took the question and solution from the person who set the question and her solution for the 2 people to review. She thought that since they were invited here to hold the fort, they must have the ability to see mistakes. Unexpectedly, after reading 3 copies, Mr. Song stroked his beard and said, "There's no problem with the solution. There's no problem with the solution. You lost the bet." Yushu frowned and said politely, "Did the 2 of you see wrongly? I can solve the question for you right now. Please take a closer look and see if it's right or wrong." Mr. Song snorted unhappily and threw the 3 copies on the table. He picked up his teacup and turned away, ignoring Yushu. Yushu's heart sank when she saw that the 2 of them weren't willing to make a decision. She then heard the strong man say coldly, "You lost the bet. Are you trying to pester us endlessly? What kind of place do you think the Evergreen Gang is, huh?" She turned her head and saw that the strong man's face suddenly became fierce. He walked over with 2 thugs, looking as if he wouldn't treat her politely if she didn't take out the money immediately. Yushu knew that something was wrong and cursed. She took 2 steps back and thought quickly. Just as she was thinking of a solution, she heard a commotion in the building in front of her and a few girls screamed. Not long after, she saw the 2 thugs guarding the door from the backyard to the front hall being kicked out. In a blink of an eye, a group of soldiers wearing sandalwood robes and black crowns rushed in. There were 20 to 30 of them and each of them held a 3-chi-long sword in their hands. They looked fierce and the leader of the group pointed at the courtyard and shouted, "How dare you gather people to gamble in the south of the city?" A month ago, the imperial court issued a decree to strictly investigate private gambling. Have you eaten the guts of a leopard? Faced with this sudden situation, the people in the courtyard turned pale. Many of them immediately squatted down while trembling. Even the 2 masters behind Yushu stood up in fear. Yushu was probably the only one present who was happy to see this group of soldiers. The strong man was bold and walked forward with 2 men. He raised his eyebrows and asked in a hoarse voice, "Which lord do you work for? Do you know that our Evergreen Gang has an article specially approved by Lord Su of the Ministry of Rights that allows us to gather and have fun? How dare you come here? Aren't you afraid of Lord Su's reprimand?" Hearing that the strong man had brought out his men, the leader of the soldiers was not afraid at all. He snorted coldly at the strong man and held his long sword in a reverse grip. He turned around and cupped his hands towards the curtain door. "Lord Shui." As soon as he said that, a low laugh was heard. Everyone looked back and saw a handsome young man slowly walking out from under the curtain. He was dressed in a vermilion robe and had a black crown on his head. He wore leather shoes and had a hint of a smile on his face. Song Xixian of the Ministry of Rights has been dismissed from his post in the imperial court this morning. If you want to find him, I'm afraid you'll have to go to prison. Yushu's eyes widened. Before she could lower her head to avoid the gaze, she saw that Lord Shui had turned around to look at her. Coincidentally, his gaze swept past her and turned back. When he saw that it was her, his eyes were slightly startled. In the next moment, Yushu clearly saw him glare at her. Chapter 158. Anling City was huge, so huge that the entire Yang City was only a corner of it. However, in such a huge capital city, Yushu was able to bump into the same person twice when she was unlucky. Moreover, the person was the person she didn't want to bump into the most. She couldn't help but suspect that there was something going on between her and this person with the surname Shui. When he glared at her just now, Yushu couldn't lie to herself that he didn't recognize her anymore. She awkwardly looked away. Shui Rui took a few glances at Yushu before retracting his gaze. He put on a stern face and waved his hand at his subordinates who were waiting for his orders. "Arrest them all." "Yes, Lord." The group of officers and soldiers swarmed forward to capture the members of the Evergreen Association. The group of gamblers were trembling with fear as they hid by the wall. Yushu was no exception when she saw the fight. She picked a safe place to stand, and every now and then, she would sneak a glance at Shui Rui. Her heart was beating like a drum. This private gambling incident seemed to be more serious than she had imagined. Even the backer of the Evergreen gang, Lord Song, was removed from his position and investigated. Recently, there should be a strict crackdown. She just didn't know how the authorities would deal with the gamblers. After the soldiers subdued the thugs in the courtyard, the scene calmed down. The two Master Yi who were invited to take charge hesitantly stepped forward and bowed to Shui Rui. They said respectfully, "This is Lord Shui." Shui Rui placed his hands behind his back and glanced at the two of them. The Master Yi who ignored Yushu's request to examine the questions smiled apologetically. "The two of us are Master Yi from Autumn Osmanthus Lane. We were invited by the Evergreen gang as guests today. We don't know much about this gambling incident. Lord, do you think you can let us go back first? What do you think?" Shui Rui asked with a fake smile. He suddenly pulled a long face and ordered the soldiers who were on standby at the side, "Bring them all back and detain them first." There was a sudden commotion in the backyard. The soldiers came up to chase them away and gathered the 30 people together. After a head count, they formed two lines with soldiers in the middle and the front. Yushu was in the middle of the line and followed them to Spring Fragrance Brothel gloomily. As soon as she was outside, she saw his figure again. She saw that he was riding a scarlet horse, waiting outside the door. Seeing that everyone had come out, he slowly led the way to the west of the street. There were many passers-by gathered in front of Spring Fragrance Brothel. They all stopped to watch the commotion. They didn't dare to block the way when they saw the officials. They just stood at a distance and pointed. Yushu turned her head and looked around for Xia Mingming. She was afraid that she had gone somewhere else to look for food. She couldn't even pass a message to her. However, she was worried for nothing. Xia Mingming had been waiting by the side of the road ever since Yushu entered Spring Fragrance Brothel. When he saw the soldiers barging in to arrest her, he waited outside in fear. When he saw the people coming out, he didn't see Yushu. He hurriedly squeezed in front of the passers-by and shouted, "Ashu, Ashu." Hearing these shouts, Shui Rui, who was walking at the very front, moved his neck a little. He turned around and searched among the crowd behind him, then he saw Yushu's figure. He saw her standing on her tiptoes and waving at the side of the road. Then, a young man tumbled out from the side of the road and ran after her to talk to her. Shui Rui could not help but prick up his ears to listen. "Ashu, what's going on?" Xia Mingming panicked and asked. Yushu didn't have the mood to comfort her. She tried to be concise and said, "The officials are investigating the gambling in the south of the city and arrested us." Xia Mingming cried, "It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been arrested. Ashu, what should I do? What should I do?" As soon as Yushu heard her crying, she was so upset that she wanted to give her a slap on the face. However, doing so would attract the attention of the soldiers in front of her, so she refrained from hitting her. Instead, she warned her, "Listen to me, go back to Huixing Street first, don't go home. If you don't see me at night, then tell Jing Qin and Xiao Xiao to go to the Yamen tomorrow morning to ask about the situation. If they see that I'm locked up in prison, then they can think of a way to see me." Finished speaking, he fished out the money pouch from his pocket, and while the officer was not paying attention, he stretched out his hand and gave it to her. He had just stretched out his hand when the officer in front stopped and shouted. Pointing to Yushu and another gambler who was trying to slip away, he said, "What are you doing? You, why aren't you leaving? Stop following me." Yushu scolded Xia Mingming in a low voice and jogged forward. Shui Rui turned his head thoughtfully and beckoned his subordinate to come forward. He lowered his head and whispered a few words to him. The group of people who were gambling at Spring Fragrance Brothel were brought to the magistrate's office in the southern part of the city. Before they could go through the court, they were thrown into jail. Everyone lined up to enter the jail. Because there were a lot of people, the first 2 or 3 people were locked in the same cell. Soon, the originally empty cell was half full. When it was Yushu's turn, there was still plenty of room, so she was lucky enough to get a single cell. Since it was a jail, the environment couldn't be much better. There was no bed or chair, only a pile of hay in the corner. There was a small iron cage window above her head, which was about 10 feet above the ground. The light shone in through the window, and many carriages were still in the dark. Yushu watched the jailer fasten the lock on the cell door and sighed. She paced back and forth in the small space twice and sat down on the pile of hay, listening to the other people in the next cell beating their chests and stamping their feet in regret. Alas, her law of time of calamity was good at everything, but it couldn't predict her. Although the 6 lines were accurate, she had to ask before she could answer. How could she have thought that she would be in jail? Now, not only did she not win a single cent, but she was also disgraced. She really suffered a double loss. Yushu hugged her knees and buried her face. As she thought about it, she remembered that Shuegai glared at her at Spring Fragrance Brothel. She couldn't help thinking about the meaning of that look. Ever since the marriage between the Ji family and the Shui family was ruined and she was kicked out of the Ji family, she never thought that she would meet him again. On her way to the capital, it wasn't that she couldn't remember him, but that she didn't want to. She remembered that when he was still Chao Zixin, their relationship was so good that they could call each other brother and sister. That kind of relationship later became strangers, which made her unhappy when she thought about it. She still clearly remembered that day at the Shui family's guest house. He deliberately bullied her, and she smashed his head with a cup. That was the last time they met, and it was also the reason why she couldn't get over him. She didn't like to owe people favors. Once she owed someone, she had to pay them back to feel comfortable. Otherwise, there would always be a lump in her heart. It was fine if she didn't remember it, but once she did, she would feel uncomfortable all over. From the time she came here to the 500 years later, after all these years, the only person she really owed was Chao Zixin. When she first came here and was poor, he was the one who gave her her first job. When she was kicked out and homeless, he was the one who picked her up. When she was in jail and needed to protect herself, he was the one who helped her out. Regardless of whether she was willing to accept these personal favors, she still accepted them, and it wasn't just once. However, she had nothing to return to him, so she could only forcefully owe him. She owed him so much before, and now she was in jail. After the incident at the guest house, she wasn't sure if he would help her again after such a long time. She was afraid that he would help her again. If she still owed him favors, she would rather be beaten a few times, or stay in jail for a few days. Just as she was thinking like this, the sky outside quickly turned dark. She missed a meal in the middle of it, and Yushu's stomach was growling. She sat up from the ground, stretched her numb legs, and turned around to look at the sky outside the window. She secretly frowned. She didn't know if Xia Mingming went home or if he did as she said. It didn't matter if she slept in jail for a few days, but she was afraid that Yu Xiaoxiu and the others would be worried. There was the sound of chains behind her. At first, Yushu didn't care, but when someone called her, she turned her head. "Hey, you, come out." There were 2 jailers standing in the corridor outside the prison, and there was another person behind them. It was the leader of the officers and soldiers she saw during the day. Yushu's eyelids twitched. She didn't walk forward, but instead took a step back. She pretended to be ignorant and asked, "What's wrong? Are you going to let us out? If I tell you to come out, then come out. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" The jailer who opened the door said impatiently. The leader of the officers and soldiers patted his shoulder and said to Yushu, "I'm not letting you go. I'm here to interrogate you." Come out. Needless to say, this lord was Shui Rui. When Yu Shu heard this, she was even more unwilling to go out. If she really came face to face with him, it would be very awkward. Compared to that, this prison cell was still more comfortable. She rolled her eyes and revealed a bitter smile. She cupped her hands and said, "If you want to interrogate me, then you're looking for the wrong person. This is my first time going to that kind of place. I really don't know anything. If I can't get an answer, then I will be punished. I beg you, please don't let me suffer." The leader of the officers and soldiers was sent by Shui Rui to take Yu Shu away. Seeing that Yu Shu was unwilling to come out, he thought that she was afraid of being interrogated, so he tried to appease her. But no matter what he said, Yu Shu was still unwilling to come out. Because Shui Rui had told him before, he didn't dare to forcefully pull her away for fear of hurting her. He could only ask the jailer to lock the cell door and go back to report. As soon as the person left, Yu Shu let out a sigh of relief. She returned to the haystack and sat down. She leaned her back against the wall. She was so hungry that her stomach stopped grumbling. Not long after, she began to feel sleepy. She curled up on the haystack and dozed off. When she was half asleep, she heard the sound of the cell's chains. She tiredly opened her eyes. Her vision was blurry for a moment. She saw a pair of clean white boots swaying in front of her. A figure squatted down in front of her. He looked at her for a moment, then his hand brushed her head and picked up a piece of dried grass. He whispered with a smile, "You're quite arrogant. You want me to personally invite you out." Chapter 159. You are so arrogant that you even want me to personally invite you out. Yu Shu never thought that Shui Rui would personally come to the prison. A few months ago, the two of them parted on bad terms in Yang City. Although it was not to say that they had broken off their relationship, it was not far from being strangers. Even if he helped her out of consideration for the past, it would be enough if he found a reason to let her out of the prison. There was no reason for him to get close to her. But now that he was in front of her, it was not up to her whether she believed him or not. Shui Rui's eyesight was good. With the help of the light from the torches in the corridor of the prison, he could clearly see the confusion and bewilderment on Yu Shu's face. He laughed to himself. This little girl was usually shrewd and sly. It was not an easy thing to see her silly look. "Why are you still lying down? Hurry up and get up. Do you want to spend the night in prison?" Shui Rui stood up and teased. He took 2 steps back and walked to the outside of the prison door. He waved at her. It was already like this. If she continued to stay, it would be pretentious. Yu Shu muttered and got up from the ground. She patted the dust off her body and followed behind him. They didn't speak a single word all along the way. After exiting the prison cell, they passed through 2 prison doors and left the prison unobstructed. Yu Shu heard a few jailers respectfully addressing Shui Rui as Sir, and she wondered what official position he held now. He had such an imposing manner in the spring fragrance brothel during the day. The imperial court examination was in February. At that time, he was still in Yang City. It seemed that this official position was not a normal one. It was because of his family's influence. It was said that this Shui family had a very high status in Anling City. Otherwise, when a housekeeper came to Yang City, the masters of the Ji family would not have to personally pay their respects and bow to him. Yu Shu looked at the back of Shui Rui's head and secretly curled her lips. Other people were the children of officials. She did not know which generation this brat was. After all, the prison door was a place where prisoners were locked up. There was a remote street outside the door, and it was very deserted. A single carriage was parked at the side of the road, and the jailer sent them to the door before asking for permission to return. Yushu watched Shui Rui get on the carriage, and she hesitated as she didn't know how to speak and bid farewell to him. Although this would be suspected of burning the bridge after crossing it, she really did not want to coexist with him. As soon as Shui Rui got into the car, he opened the window and looked at Yushu, who was standing there motionlessly. He knew exactly what she was thinking. His finger tapped on the windowsill. Without waiting for her to say anything, he said, "Come on up. It's late. I'll send you back first." It was so dark that Yushu really wanted to go home alone. She might get lost, but she heard him say that he wanted to take her home instead of somewhere else. He heaved a sigh of relief, got on the carriage, and told the coachman the name of a place. But as soon as the carriage started moving, she regretted it. "Tell me, why did you come to Anling?" Shui Rui crossed his long legs and looked at Yushu calmly. He said that he wanted to send her to the hospital, but he didn't say that he wouldn't chat with her for a while in the car. Shui Rui waited for a long time, but Yushu did not reply. She lowered her head and played with her fingers as if she did not hear his question. In reality, she was pretending to be mute. If it was any other time, he would patiently wait for her to speak. But not today. The road was so long. After sending her there, he had other things to do at night. "All right, let's not ask about this. Let's talk about what happened today." Shui Rui changed the topic. There was a hint of mockery in his tone. "I thought you were smarter than anyone. Today, I know that there are times when you are dumber than others. You went to the Evergreen Gang's territory to gamble. Do you know how much you are worth? You don't even know when you are being sold." Hearing this, Yushu raised her head and looked at him with a frown. She felt that something was amiss, so she didn't mind his teasing. She turned her head back and thought back to this morning at the Spring Fragrance Brothel's casino. Just by thinking about it for a moment, she felt that something was amiss. There were 30 people gambling together. Why did the person who spent money to pick the numbers choose her? He bet 400 taels on 4 questions. It was not because he was confident in the questions, but because he thought she was a weakling. Even if the gambler who came up with the question wasn't a member of the Evergreen Gang, he was definitely related to the Evergreen Gang. He probably planned to pick a newbie to scam, so he tampered with the card selection part. She had thought that she was just a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. She wanted to win their money, but it turned out that she had already been cheated by them. No wonder the 2 judges were not willing to help her solve the problem. This group of people were all in cahoots. She just didn't know how many of the 30 people had been cheated like her. Shui Rui looked at the annoyed expression on her face and said, 9 out of 10 gambles are scams. As long as the word gamble is involved, there is no such thing as a scam. Why do you think gambling is banned in the south of the city? Gambling was originally a game for traders to compete with each other in their free time. Occasionally, there would be some bets, and later, it was used for profit. Anling is the capital of the world. People from all walks of life come here. Since they can't go to the north of the city, they gather in the south. Because they are hidden in the market, it is difficult to control them. Thus, gambling and harming people are common. In recent years, there have been people using gambling as a pretext to trap traders and use gambling debts to threaten them. What you encountered today is exactly such a scheme. Among the 30 gamblers, other than you, there are 2 others who came to the capital for the Dian festival. If you are caught by them, you will have to work for them in the future and it will be difficult for you to escape. After listening to his detailed explanation, Yushu felt a little scared. Then she remembered that it was because of him that she was able to get out of trouble this time. She didn't want to owe him a favor, but it was too late. She felt depressed, but still thanked him. Fortunately, you led people to that place, otherwise I would have been in trouble again. Thank you. Shui Rui's smile changed. He clasped his hands on his knees and said, "Now, can you tell me how you came to the capital?" Yu Shu sighed. This was why she hated owing people favors. She couldn't refuse him confidently, so she could only answer honestly, "I offended the Ji family and couldn't stay in Yang City. I was afraid that I would cause trouble for others, so I left Shangjing to make a living." Shui Rui certainly knew about the grudge between Yu Shu and the Ji family. He also knew how she offended the Ji family and had to leave. A few months ago, in Yang City, he was there when she went to the county yamen to beat the drum and complain about her grievances. He saw with his own eyes how she viciously accused the Ji family. Even now, it was still vivid in his mind. It made him realize that this fake young man in front of him was not as kind and honest as he looked. Yu Shu saw that Shui Rui didn't say anything and only looked at her. She felt a little uncomfortable. She shifted her body and coughed. She looked up at the swaying orange lampshade on the roof of the car and expressionlessly said, "At that time, I'm sorry." Shui Rui hesitated for a moment and asked, "At that time? When?" Yu Shu didn't know if he was deliberately playing dumb or if he really didn't remember. She pursed her lips and dryly said, "At a Yang guest house, when I hit you." "Oh." Shui Rui's eyes moved. He narrowed his eyes and looked at her. "Why are you saying you're sorry?" He thought that when they met again, he should be the one apologizing for his excessive behavior that day. He didn't think that they would meet again after that, so he didn't expect such a scene. He should be happy that she pointed it out first. At least she didn't misunderstand his intentions at that time. But when he heard her say it so directly, without the shyness and fuss of a normal girl, he felt a little strange. Yu Shu thought that he was pretending to be confused. She snorted and touched her ear. She said a little awkwardly, "That day, you deliberately said those strange things to provoke me. You even, I didn't see it at that time. I thought you really wanted me to be your concubine. I even, accidentally hit your head. I'm sorry." Honestly speaking, when he said, "Follow me," it really scared her. That serious talk about wanting her to be his concubine caused her to misunderstand. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been unable to see that he was putting on an act. She angrily gave him a hard slap. After Shui Rui heard what she said, he knew what was strange. When he saw her apologizing in all seriousness and didn't take his words seriously in the slightest, he didn't know whether he should cry or laugh. He held his forehead with one hand and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha, ha, ha. What he said and did that day was indeed to provoke her. But this didn't mean that he was lying. This girl, when she was smart, she could kill him. When she was stupid, how could she be so stupid? He bumped into her on the street the day before yesterday. Because he was worried that she would avoid him, he didn't dare to pretend to be her. It turned out that she didn't take his words seriously. When Yu Shu saw him laughing for no reason, she didn't think that what she said was funny. She was puzzled and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Shui Rui put down his hand and gently shook his head. He held back the smile on his lips and raised his dark eyes to look at her. "It's nothing. It's good that you don't hate me." When Yu Shu heard this, seeing that he didn't care, her heart was a little happy. Her words and actions became a little more relaxed. She raised her eyebrows and said, "It's not like I don't know what's right and wrong. What's there to hate? You think too much of me." Shui Rui looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. "I don't know who it was. Because I teased her for being slippery, she secretly drew a turtle on the back of my account book and wrote my name on the shell." When these words came out, Yu Shu choked on her saliva. She was thinking about how to reply when she suddenly froze. This matter was referring to the time when she was still working at Mianzhai and he was still shopkeeper Chao. In Yang, he had never personally admitted that he was Chao Zixin. But now he suddenly mentioned the past. Was it a slip of the tongue, or? Shui Rui looked at her in a daze and roughly knew what she was thinking. He lightly sighed and apologized. "Ah, Shu, at that time, I'm sorry." When Shu heard him call her name, she came back to her senses. Her heart couldn't help but feel a little sour. She imitated him and pretended to be stupid and asked, "What are you sorry about?" Shui Rui sternly said, "Because of some difficulties, I had to pretend not to know you and Yang. I didn't deliberately tease you and make you feel uncomfortable. I'm sorry." Chapter 160. Yes, my lord. West 6th Street. The carriage stopped, and the coachman said from outside. Shu raised her head and looked at Shui Rui. "I'm here. Please send me back." Shui Rui felt a little helpless. He had already apologized, but he didn't hear her reply. Even so, he didn't have the intention to ask. It was getting late, and he should go back after dropping her off. However, when he saw her back view as she got off the car, his heart suddenly moved. He actually didn't want her to leave like this. After a slight hesitation, he got up and followed her out of the car. It was late at night, and there were few people on the streets. The shops were all closed, and only one or two taverns still had lanterns lit in front of them. The road in the distance was too dark to see clearly. Shui Rui looked around and asked, "Where do you live?" Shu pointed in the direction of Huixing Street. "It's on the back street. Carriages can't go there." Shui Rui raised his chin. "Let's go. I'll send you off." Shu waved her hand and said, "No need. It's very close. I can go back by myself." "You don't want me to know where you live?" Shui Rui asked. Shu was a little embarrassed that he had hit the nail on the head. She denied, "No. How can a girl like you walk at night without worrying? Shall I send you to the intersection?" Shui Rui tactfully sought Shu's consent. Shu was a person who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. Besides, she had just talked it out with him. It was meaningless to deliberately avoid him, so she pointed in the direction and said, "Let's go." Shui Rui smiled and turned to catch up with her. They walked side by side, maintaining a distance of about 3 feet. It was not abrupt, nor did it seem distant. He could even use this distance to chat with her. "You and your brother are now living in someone else's house?" "No, I bought a private house." "You bought a house by yourself?" Shui Rui turned his head to look at her in surprise. During the day outside the spring fragrance brothel, he saw her talking to that young man from afar. He thought that she was seeking refuge in someone's house, but he did not expect that she had already settled down in Anling City. Shu nodded. "When I left Yang, Aunt Hui gave me a sum of money to settle down." Shui Rui pretended to know nothing and asked, "How did she give you money?" Shu pretended that he did not know about the series of events that happened to Zhao Hui. She briefly said, Aunt Hui's family property was seized in her early years. After she won the lawsuit, she got her family property back, so she gave me the money. If Shui Rui didn't know about it, he would think that Zhao Hui's lawsuit had nothing to do with her. However, now that he saw her acting as if nothing had happened, he admired her even more. "What do you plan to do in the future?" Shu was hesitating whether to tell him about her fortune-telling stall in Fang. Then she heard an excited shout from the roadside, "Ah, Shu." She turned her head and saw a figure stumbling towards her from the side of the road. Just as he was about to pounce on her, a force came from her elbow and Shui Rui pulled her to the side, just in time to avoid the attack. "Ah!" Xia Mingming fell a few steps forward and fell on the ground. He cried out in pain. Shui Rui looked at the rash person on the ground. He was a little unhappy that the person was the same as the young man in the day. He turned his head and wanted to ask Yu Shu who this person was. But she glanced at him with a strange expression. She gently broke away from his hand and squatted down to help the person. Where did you fall? Can you stand up? Ah Shu, I'm sorry. Xia Mingming saw that Yu Shu was safe and sound. She couldn't help but put her arms around Yu Shu's neck and sobbed. Yu Shu patted her back. She didn't scold her because there were people present. Okay, don't cry. When he saw them hugging each other, Shui Rui was stunned. Fortunately, he was a cautious person, and he didn't rush forward to pull the two of them apart. He lowered his head and took a few more glances at the young man, and he instantly came to a realization. He snickered in his heart. Why is it that it's fashionable for the young ladies in Anling City to dress up as boys recently? Yu Shu pulled Xia Mingming and asked a few questions. Under her incoherent explanation, she finally figured out why she was waiting for her here. It turned out that during the day, Xia Mingming saw Yu Shu being taken away by the officers outside Chuanxiang House. She heard passers-by saying that they would be caught easily if they gambled privately and would suffer. Xia Mingming was afraid and worried that Yu Shu would be in trouble because of her. So she didn't go home as Yu Shu asked. Instead, she went to the yamen alone. In the end, she didn't get any information and was even kicked out. She didn't know how to explain to Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Qin when she went back, so she didn't dare to go home. She hid near Huixing Street until it was dark and happened to meet Yu Shu, who was sent back by Shui Rui. Shui Rui was listening to their conversation from the side and he caught the main point. Only then did he realize that Yu Shu had gone to gamble in order to help this young lady raise money. He did not know whether he should be more angry or more amused. You, how did you get out? I heard that you were all locked up in prison. Xia Mingming sniffled and asked. Yu Shu pointed at Shui Rui. I met a friend, and he helped me by saying a few words. Then, he let me out. Xia Mingming didn't recognize Shui Rui as the official who brought people to Chuanxiang House during the day. Just now, she was panicking and only noticed Shui Rui now. She saw that he was a handsome young master in embroidered clothes. She didn't know who he was, but he had the ability to bring Yu Shu out of prison. Yu Shu knew that Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Qin would be worried if she didn't see them, so she didn't delay any longer. She helped Xia Mingming up and said goodbye to Shui Rui. She was in a hurry to go home. My house is just ahead, no need to send me off. Thank you for today, you should go back quickly. Wait. Shui Rui stopped her. Shu, if you are in urgent need of money, I can lend you some first. He knew that Yu Shu wanted to be strong, so he didn't directly say give, but lend. Yu Shu hesitated. Although she didn't want to owe Shui Rui a favor, but the most important thing was to help Xia Mingming raise money to enter the exam. She couldn't let her hope fail just because of her own face, otherwise, wouldn't her efforts today be in vain? Thinking of this, she was about to agree to Shui Rui, but Xia Mingming shook her hand first. Ah Shu, no need. Yu Shu tilted her head, why not? Xia Mingming bit her lips, hugged her arm tightly, and whispered, I don't want to take the exam. After such a fright today, she regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. She didn't have the face to ask Yu Shu to help her borrow money from a strange man. It was easy to guess what was on Xia Mingming's mind. In fact, Yu Shu really didn't care that much about whether she would take the Dian exam or not. Previously, she helped her think of a way because she was desperate to take the exam. Now that she was discouraged and wanted her to cheer her up, it didn't matter if she didn't take the exam. No, you should go back. Yu Shu shook her head at Shui Rui, and pulled Xia Mingming to the alley ahead. This time, Shui Rui didn't call out to her again. He watched her disappear before he turned around and walked back. As he walked, he recalled the few months he spent in Yang City. Sometimes he laughed, sometimes he shook his head. His expression was relaxed, and his mood had never been so good since he returned to the capital. He only restrained his expression when he arrived at the place where the carriage stopped. "Master, where are we going now?" The carriage driver lifted the curtain. "Hengwu Hall." So the carriage drove to the prosperous north of the city, where the night was full of singing and dancing. As for Jing Chen and Yu Xiaoxiu, when they didn't see Yu Shu and Xia Mingming come back in the evening, they began to feel nervous. They wanted to go out to find them, but they were afraid that they would come back halfway, so they had to wait anxiously at home. Poor Kim Bao was hungry from noon to night, but no one paid attention to it. It was so depressed that it kept scratching the wall. When they were about to go out to find them, the door rang. Xiaoxiu, open the door, we're back." Yu Xiaoxiu rushed to the door, and Jing Chen followed behind him. When he opened the door and saw them, Yu Xiaoxiu was relieved and couldn't help raising his voice. "Why did you come back so late?" Although Jing Chen couldn't speak, the concern in his eyes was obvious. "Let's go in first." Yu Shu pushed Yu Xiaoxiu into the yard and asked Jing Chen to close the door. When the four of them returned to the house, Yu Xiaoxiu sat next to Yu Shu and asked, "Did something happen?" Yu Shu glanced at Xia Mingming. They didn't say anything on the way back, but what happened today would definitely make them worried, and Yu Xiaoxiu would inevitably blame Xia Mingming. "It's all my fault." Xia Mingming didn't wait for Yu Shu to help her lie, but lowered her head and said. He gave a rough account of what had happened today. Sure enough, when Yu Xiaoxiu heard that Yu Shu was put in prison, he was shocked and angry, and forgot to ask who saved her. He first glared at Xia Mingming and said, "Fortunately, my sister and brother are fine, or I won't let you go." It was rare that Xia Mingming didn't talk back to Yu Xiaoxiu. She grabbed the tablecloth, and her eyes were red. She knew that it was all because of her, and she didn't need Yu Xiaoxiu to argue with her. She was ashamed to death. Jing Chen looked at Yu Shu thoughtfully, didn't notice Yu Xiaoxiu's slip of the tongue, and didn't join in the scolding of Xia Mingming. Instead, he quietly got up and went outside. Yu Shu didn't want Yu Xiaoxiu to hold a grudge against Xia Mingming because of this, so she slapped Yu Xiaoxiu's back and scolded him with a smile. "Who are you going to fight with?" "I did it myself, and I'm useless. Don't blame her. You're a boy, and you quarrel with a girl. It's shameful." Yu Xiaoxiu said angrily, "You're protecting her, and you don't know who is your brother." "Nonsense again. You're my only brother." Hearing Yu Shu's words, Yu Xiaoxiu felt comfortable, but Xia Mingming didn't feel good. Seeing the brother and sister getting along well, she felt like an outsider, and forgot that she was an outsider. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiu calm down, Yu Shu patted him on the shoulder and said, "Go make the bed, and I'll go to the kitchen to find something to eat." After that, she left him and Xia Mingming staring at each other in the room. When Yu Shu came to the kitchen, she found that someone was already there. There was a pot on the stove, and Jing Chen was bending over to add firewood to the stove. His movements were not very skilled. Seeing the sparks jumping to his hands, Yu Shu hurried forward and said, "Let me do it, let me do it." Chapter 161. Yu Shu didn't go to Chiu Fang the next day. Yesterday, the soldiers arrested dozens of people, including 2 Yishir, and they were also put in jail without mercy. She was the only one who was released in advance. Although Shui Rui didn't give her any special instructions, she knew she had to lie low for a while. After this sudden incident, Yu Shu felt a sense of crisis again. In the past 2 days, she had calculated Yu Xiaoxiu's and Xia Mingming's dates of birth using the law of the time of calamity. She made a list of all the big and small events that she had to prevent in the next month. After that, she would take care of her relatives and friends in Yang, such as Zhao Hui, Pei Jing, and her cheap mother. Although they were separated by the north and the south and could not be of much use, at least she knew what to do. After finishing these things, Yu Shu felt it was time to go to Chiu Gui Fong to inquire about the situation. When the matter was over, she would come out to set up the stall again. Xia Mingming didn't need to take the Dian exam, but they still had to live and spend money. Xia Mingming was in low spirits these days and stayed in his room all day. Yu Shu didn't ask her to write a letter to her family at the medical center. At dinner, Yu Shu mentioned that she was going out the next day. Yu Xiaoxiu's first request was, "I'll go with you." Yu Shu knew that if she didn't bring him along, he would definitely make trouble, so she agreed. Anyway, she wasn't going out to set up a stall and could rush back to cook at noon. After dinner, Yu Xiaoxiu went outside to fetch water. Xia Mingming helped to wipe the table. Yu Shu was squatting in the kitchen, washing. There was an oil lamp on the stove, and it was barely visible that she was holding a bowl and not a plate. Hearing the noise behind her, Yu Shu turned around and saw Jing Chen standing at the door of the kitchen. "What's the matter?" Jing Chen shook his head and raised his hand to signal her to finish first. Yu Shu quickened her movements. She washed the bowls and chopsticks in the wooden basin twice, wiped them clean, and placed them in the cupboard. Taking off her apron, she picked up the lampstand. He led him into the house to find a pen and paper. Xia Mingming glanced at the two of them and twisted the rag in his hand. In front of the desk, Yu Shu took out a piece of paper and handed it to Jing Chen. She pondered a few times in the inkstone and asked him to dip it in the ink. When he was done, she moved closer to take a look and saw the words written on the paper, "Your sword." "Can I have a look?" "Sword?" Yu Shu paused. "You mean the rusty one?" Jing Chen nodded. "Wait." Yu Shu didn't ask him what he wanted the sword for. She turned around and rummaged through the wardrobe. After settling down in Beijing, she kept the rusty ancient sword and locked it in the cabinet. She had been so busy recently that she had a headache. He didn't bother to check if it was a real antique. She found the rusty sword at the bottom of the wardrobe. Yu Shu untied the cloth wrapped around it and handed it to Jing Chen. "Here." As soon as Yu Shu took out the sword, Kim Bao, who had eaten his meal and was dozing off at the foot of the bed, stood up alertly. The mustache on the tip of his nose trembled. He curled up again. Jing Chen took it and stroked the rusty sword with his fingers. He closed his eyes and tried to recall that night on the ship, when he blocked the weapons of the pirates, the familiar feeling of his body heating up. Yu Shu looked at Jing Chen's movements and thought that he was thinking of something. She didn't disturb him and stood by his side to accompany him. After a long time, she saw Jing Chen open his eyes and stare at the sword in his hand, as if he wanted to see a hole in it. "Did you remember something?" Yu Shu carefully probed. Jing Chen shook his head and walked to the table with the sword. He wrote on the paper, "Have I used this sword before?" The "before" he was referring to was before he lost his memory. "No." After Yu Shu answered, she looked at Jing Chen's confused expression and said, "But you have seen this sword before." Jing Chen's eyes lit up. Yu Shu scratched her neck and said, "Actually, this sword wasn't mine in the first place. Didn't I mention it to you before? The two of us know each other because you saved me before. Just outside Yang City, I was captured by a group of demon Taoists and used as a sacrifice for this sword. After that, those people were arrested by the government. Seeing that this sword was ownerless, I secretly took it away." Jing Chen didn't care that this sword was obtained by Yu Shu. He couldn't remember anything about this sword. However, on the ship, he did feel a sense of familiarity with it. He just didn't know if it was because of this sword. "Can I borrow this sword for a few days?" Yu Shu saw that Jing Chen was very interested in this rusted sword. She felt that this thing could not be used to make money, but it could help him remember something. She generously said to Jing Chen, "You can take it." Jing Chen replied with a smile. Yu Shu suddenly felt like she was bathing in the spring breeze. She secretly thought that such a beautiful person was more luxurious than those famous calligraphy and paintings at home. After taking Jing Chen to the door of the house, Yu Shu turned to Xia Mingming, who was still pretending to wipe the table, and sneered, "If you continue to wipe, the table will shed its skin." Xia Mingming awkwardly turned his head and said, "I didn't eavesdrop on you." What was this called? Confessing without being pressed. Yu Shu walked over to the table and sat down. She folded her arms and stared at him for a few times. Seeing that he was not as lost as he was 2 days ago, she asked, "When are you going home?" Xia Mingming's shoulders shook and she lowered her head. "Are you in such a hurry to drive me away?" Yu Shu said bluntly, "You are not going to take the Dian exam. Why are you still staying here? Go home early and live a good life. You have been away for so long. Don't you think about your family? They must be worried about you. Your father, your mother, don't you miss them?" Xia Mingming was a little moved. She pulled the dirty rag and whispered, "Let's wait for a few more days, okay?" Yu Shu sighed. She knew that she was delaying. "Do as you see fit. Tell me when you are going to leave." Xia Mingming nodded quickly and sat down next to Yu Shu. She rolled her eyes and asked, "By the way, who was the person who sent you back the night before yesterday?" Yu Shu reached out to pour water from the teapot and answered casually, "A friend." "A friend?" Xia Mingming leaned closer to her. "Where did you meet a friend who could bring you out of prison? You haven't been to the capital before. How did you meet someone here?" 2 days ago, she was not in the mood to inquire about it. Now that she thought about it, she was very curious. Yu Shu did not tell her much about herself. In Xia Mingming's eyes, Yu Shu's origin was quite mysterious. Not only did she know the orthodox 6 lines divination, she was also good at everything. She was clearly a woman, but she was smarter and more capable than a man. Now, she had a friend who seemed to be very capable. Yu Shu turned to look at Xia Mingming, who was full of gossip. Her hands were itchy, so she raised her hand and pinched one side of Xia Mingming's soft face. She twisted it left and right and said with a fake smile, "Mind your own business. Hurry up and go to bed. I will go out with Xiaoxiu tomorrow morning. You take our dirty clothes to wash." After that, she threw her hand away, ignored her crying bitterly, turned back to the room, and closed the door. The next morning, Yu Xiaoxiu woke up earlier than Yu Shu. Because he was excited to go out with Yu Shu, he did not sleep much last night. But it was good to be young. He would not be unable to get up the next day just because he did not sleep well. After a simple breakfast, Yu Shu led Yu Xiaoxiu out the door. Perhaps it was because of the spring fragrance brothel's arrest 2 days ago. Autumn Osmanthus Lane was lively during the day, concealing a strange atmosphere. When Yu Shu walked on the street, she felt that there were whispers everywhere. People were whispering to each other, but she did not know what they were secretly talking about. Yu Shu first went to Mingyuan Casino. Across the street, she saw the seal on the door. Her eyelids twitched, and after asking a passerby, she found out that several soldiers had come in the afternoon to seal the casino and arrest a few people. Yu Shu accompanied the passerby inside, then walked back to the tavern where she usually set up her stall. Telling Yu Xiaoxiu to wait outside, she went in to talk to shopkeeper Sunday. Coincidentally, the shopkeeper was not around today. There were only 2 waiters in the tavern, and one of them recognized Yu Shu. He slung a cloth over his shoulder and walked up to her. "Isn't this Yu Shu? Shopkeeper was just talking about you yesterday. I haven't seen you set up your stall in a few days. Did you see that business is not good and decided to give up?" Yu Shu smiled. "How could that be? I was busy 2 days ago, so I couldn't come. Today, I'm here to take a look. I heard that there was an incident in the market. Brother waiter, have you heard of it? The waiter turned his head to look at the two customers drinking by the window. He waved at Yushu and led her to the counter. Isn't that right? Let me tell you, it's good that you haven't been here for the past 2 days. The streets are full of people being arrested. It's said that the Evergreen gang secretly gathered people to gamble, and they've been investigated by the government. The notice board at the end of the street only posted the announcement yesterday afternoon. I'm sure you haven't seen it yet. I heard from the shopkeeper that the government has issued an order to strictly crack down on gambling in the south of the city. Anyone who participates in gambling will be arrested and locked up for a few days. If it's serious, they'll have to leave a criminal record with the government and will never be allowed to take part in any examinations. Yushu took a deep breath. It's that serious, isn't it? The waiter secretly curled his lips and said in a low voice, "It's fine to gamble in the north of the city, but we're not allowed to gamble in the south of the city. Why are the people in the south of the city so inferior? Don't they learn to gamble?" Yushu didn't respond. She only smiled and chatted with him for a while before saying goodbye. "Brother waiter, thank you for telling me. When the shopkeeper comes, please pass on a message for me. I'll be leaving now. You're not staying for a drink? Maybe another day." Yushu was short on money, so how could she waste it on wine? The waiter was about to go back to work when he touched his head and remembered something. He called out to Yushu, who was walking to the door. "Hey, Yusheng, wait." Yushu turned around. "What's wrong?" The waiter stepped forward and said, "I almost forgot. In the 2 days that you weren't here, someone was looking for you. He came to our tavern and asked about you twice." Hearing this, the first person Yushu thought of was Chao Zixin. Just as she was about to ask him in detail, the waiter pointed behind her and said, "He's here. Look, Yusheng, this is the person who was looking for you." Yushu was stunned. She turned her head and saw an excited man standing at the door. There was a bean-sized mole on the corner of his mouth. He looked a little familiar, but not the person she thought he was. "Mr. Yu, I've found you." Yushu saw hundreds of faces a day on the streets of Autumn Osmanthus Lane. She couldn't remember who this person was, so she asked suspiciously, "You are?" "It's me. Mr. Yu, have you forgotten? That day you showed me the way to money and tied a red rope for me." The strong man at the door said as he stretched out his left hand and rolled up his sleeve, revealing the faded red rope on his wrist. "Oh." Yushu suddenly remembered and pointed at him. "It's you." Chapter 162. In the Sun Ji Tavern, there were a few refreshing dishes and a pot of good wine on the table. Yushu was listening to Zhao Qinghui with great interest. He was the first customer of her divination stall on the day it opened. He told his story. Yu Xiaoxiu was called in by Yushu. He sat at the table and ate raw flowers. It was no wonder that Yushu didn't recognize him at first. He was dressed much more neatly than when he came to have his divination done that day. Zhao Qinghui wasn't originally from the capital. His family lived in a small town in the north. His father died early, so he and his mother relied on his maternal grandfather's family to live. His maternal grandfather's family ran an escort agency for 3 generations. At that time, he was full of youthful vigor. Because of the death of his father and mother, he was treated with disdain. He left home to learn martial arts. After 5 years, he was finally able to return home. Who would have thought that when he arrived at the village, he would not see his mother and maternal grandfather's family? After asking around, he found out that the year before last, there was a drought in the north. The villagers were worried about starvation and the escort agency's business was cold. His maternal grandfather's family moved elsewhere to make a living. He asked around 3 times, but he didn't know where they moved to. Left alone, he could only wander around. A year ago, he arrived at the capital. With his martial arts skills, he worked as a guard for a large family to support himself. Because he liked to drink a few mouthfuls of wine, his days were occasionally tight. That day, his master sent him to Audiobooks Lane to handle some business. After finishing his business, he wandered around Audiobooks Lane and found Yushu's stall. Who would have thought that he would be able to find a way out? Zhao Qinghui was asking for money that day. Yushu showed him a way to make money. Zhao Dizhuang followed it and walked southwest. When he encountered a wall, he turned, and when he encountered a street, he walked. After 500 steps, he looked up and saw an escort agency at the end of the street. The sign hanging on the sign was his maternal grandfather's family's name. How could I have expected that they would move to the capital? I've never been to that street before. If it weren't for Sir Yu's clever foresight, I don't know how many times I would have missed them. Zhao Qinghui took a sip of wine and said with a ruddy face, "My mother's health is still fine. My uncle has always been strict and when he saw me, he shed tears. Although he scolded me, he is still my closest relative. My uncle has no children and has grown old over the years. He has the intention of entrusting the escort agency to me in the future. Coincidentally, he received a big business the other day and was going to deliver goods to Shizhou. I left in a hurry with the escort team and didn't have the time to thank Master Yu. I came back 2 days ago and only came to thank you later." As he said that, he took out a banknote from his bosom, placed it on the table, and pushed it toward Yushu. Embarrassed, he said, "I thought I might run into you today, so I brought it with me. It's the money I owe you that day, and the red packet Mr. Feng gave me." Yushu took it and looked at it. She secretly clicked her tongue. There were more than 20 taels stamped on the banknote. Her living expenses for the next month would be settled. She laughed inwardly. Was this considered waiting for the clouds to disperse and the moon to see the light? 20 taels was far from being a lot in a proper trading house, but for a trader like Yushu who hung a flag outside, it was a very generous reward. In fact, at this time it was a coincidence. The 8 ways of making money were based on karma. If one did not have the fortune to make money, they could at most guarantee that they would not lose it. If one had the fortune to make money, then they would be able to get help. This Zhao Qinghui's luck was about to change. He was just missing a chance, but Yushu pointed it out. Zhao Qinghui had been in the Jianghu for a few years and knew that a person could not be judged by their appearance. Although Yushu was young, she had previous experiences as a witness and knew of her abilities. He trusted her very much, so he gave her a generous red packet in preparation for the future. "Mr. Yu, my uncle heard of you and wanted to meet you." Zhao Qinghui asked, "When do you think you have time to go with me?" Hearing this, Yushu didn't know what to say, so she didn't rush to answer. Instead, she took out a few Yao coins that she often used and threw them on the table. She lined up the coins one by one and calculated 3 times. Seeing that the divination was auspicious and that her children's eyes were peaceful, she felt relieved and said, "I have time today, I'll go with you." Zhao Qinghui saw that she used copper coins to ask for divination. Although he didn't understand it, it looked profound and he thought highly of Yushu. He immediately clapped his hands and said, "Great, then we'll leave after drinking this pot of wine." Yushu nodded. She saw Yu Xiaoxiu straighten his eyes and looked at the banknote next to her hand. She smiled and gave it to him, "Take it." Yu Xiaoxiu finally saw the number on the banknote. He stared at it for a moment, then he grinned and looked at Yushu with admiration. He folded the banknote in half and carefully put it into his bosom. "It should be Yushu Lu Yun." she asked Yu Xiaoxiu to wait for her in the tavern. She followed Xiao Qinghui to the Fuan escort agency and met her uncle, Boss Zhou. After a brief conversation, they learned about each other's background. Then, she was taken around the escort agency. It was said that Boss Zhou was asking her to give advice on the feng shui of the house, but in fact, it was to test her ability. Because Yu Shu had bought a haunted house before, she had specially sorted out the house studies taught by Qing Jing in the past few days. Although she lacked experience, she had a unique vision and was bold and careful. The second time she looked at the house, perhaps because she was thick-skinned enough, she did not have stage fright at all. As she walked, she pointed at a few mysteries in the courtyard. When Boss Zhou's expression changed, she pointed out something wrong at the right time. When I entered the door just now, I noticed that there are many tripod seats under the wall of this courtyard. They were originally meant to calm down, but they backfired and became a hindrance. Boss Zhou's expression changed. Mr. Yu, please speak. Yu Shu pointed to the bare walls of the courtyard and asked. Were there trees originally planted here? Boss Zhou said, there were originally 2 trees. Later, there were always moths, so one tree was cut down. The other tree died a few months ago for some reason. Yu Shu recalled what she had learned and asked, have the people living in the escort agency been quarreling recently? Perhaps they've even gotten into a fight and injured someone. Boss Zhou said in surprise, indeed, there were 2 escorts fighting the day before yesterday, and one of them broke his head. How did you know, sir? As he spoke, he turned his head to look at his nephew, asking him with his eyes if he had told Yu Shu. Zhao Qinghui quickly shook his head, indicating that he had not. Yu Shu caught a glimpse of their movements and smiled. She pointed to the wall and explained, in the layout of the house, it is appropriate to make up for the deficiencies, and the best strategy is to be comprehensive. This place is flourishing, and when the metal is flourishing, it will suppress the wood energy. According to the 5 elements, metal gives birth to water, water gives birth to wood, and wood gives birth to fire. I have just seen that there is a kitchen that makes a fire to cook in your courtyard, and there is a well that fetches water for drinking. However, there is a leakage of wood energy. It should only be suppressed, not born. Sooner or later, it will be blocked. At first, there will be quarrels, but after a period of time, I'm afraid there will be blood. Hearing that Yu Shu's words were reasonable, Boss Zhou had already believed most of it. His expression changed slightly, there is such a relationship. May I ask, sir, is there a way to resolve it? There is a way. Yu Shu was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, she changed the topic and said, it's just that this house has been seen by someone before. If I casually change it, it will inevitably be suspected of smashing someone's reputation. If that person comes to the house again in the future, it will be embarrassing. If there is a gap between him and Boss Zhou, it will be my fault. Every line of business was indispensable. Yu Shu had heard a lot about it in Automosmanthus Square. For example, the geomancy of this house was often only invited by one master. If the predecessors had not gone and the later generations interfered at will, it would be stealing people's rice bowls. If the news spread, it would be a loss of reputation. Yu Shu's words were pleasant to hear. She was thinking for Boss Zhou's sake, but in fact, she was hinting to him that there was a problem with this house. It would be best for him to find the person who had seen the geomancy for him in the past to repair it. Don't ask her to change it. It was not that she could not change it, but it was not convenient to change it. Boss Zhou was a sensible person. When he heard this, he knew what Yu Shu was hinting at. He waved his hand to let the 2 escorts behind him leave. Then, he took Yu Shu and Zhao Qinghui to the guest room in the west room and sat down. To tell you the truth, when my escort agency was first set up, I specially invited a Master Yi to give me pointers. Later, I invited him to be a regular at my door. No matter if there is anything, he will give me a red packet every month. Who would have thought that in July, that Master E would offend someone in the north of the city? After leaving a few words, he left the capital and returned home, never to return. Therefore, I heard from Qinghui that you are talented, so I brought you here to take a look. Now, it seems that Mr. Yu is young, but there is no harm in having real knowledge. I would like to invite you to be a regular at our escort agency and give me a few pointers. What do you think? Yu Shu thought that the term regular here was more or less equivalent to a consultant. She would only be needed if there was something, and if there was nothing, she would also be paid. This job was not bad. Jing Chen's medicine was almost finished, and the weather was getting cold soon. He needed to add more clothes. Therefore, when Yu Shu received Boss Shou's invitation, she did not hesitate. She cupped her hands and said, "Then in the future, Boss Shou, please give me more pointers." Boss Shou laughed and stood up to return the greeting. "It should be me asking Mr. Yu to give me pointers." Seeing that the matter was settled, Xiao Qinghui said happily, "Uncle, it's almost noon. Why don't we go to the restaurant and have a seat?" Boss Shou was more thoughtful than him. He first asked Yu Shu, "Are you free?" Another day, Yu Shu said, "I need to go back and prepare a few things. I'll come back tomorrow. After I fix the feng shui of this house, it won't be too late for Boss Shou to be the host." Boss Shou was happy and did not force her. He asked Zhao Qinghui to accompany Yu Shu to drink the remaining half a cup of tea and went outside to give orders. After a while, a servant entered with a wooden tray. On it were 3 chains of silver, which was immediately given to Yu Shu by Boss Shou. Yu Shu could not refuse, so she had no choice but to accept it. She could not put it on her body, so Boss Shou carefully prepared a small bag to accommodate her. In ancient times, escort agencies were very popular, especially in large cities with many people. Because there were only a few people who practiced martial arts, and there were risks in escorting goods, the competition in this industry was not very fierce. Therefore, whether it was escorting people or escorting goods, the fees were not low. Take Yu Shu and the others for example, from Kaifeng Prefecture to the capital, the journey took half a month. That trip cost 50 taels, and this did not include the food and accommodation on the way. Fuan Escort Agency was not big, and there were more than a dozen escorts. There were only a few big business in a year, but the small business was non-stop. Business was non-stop. Spending 20 to 30 taels of silver a month to provide for a single customer was still affordable. Moreover, this was much more cost-effective than going to the E-Hall to ask for a fortune teller when they had something to do. Chapter 163. When Yu Shu left Fuan Escort Agency, it was already noon. She went to Sun Ji Tavern to pick up Yu Xiaoxiu. When Yu Xiaoxiu saw her getting another bag of silver, he was so surprised that he asked her where she got the money. He heard that Fuan Escort Agency invited her to be a regular customer, so even if she did nothing every month, she would still get 20 silver taels. Yu Xiaoxiu was even happier than Yu Shu. "Sister, does that mean you don't need to get up early every day to set up your stall?" Yu Xiaoxiu thought that 20 silver taels every month was enough for them to spend in Enling City. His sister doesn't need to work hard anymore. Why not? Yu Shu hugged the silver bag in her arms and said, "Do you think 20 silver taels is enough? Do you think learning is free?" Yu Xiaoxiu thought that she was talking about him, so he felt strange and said, "You can teach me, why do I need to spend money?" In the past, Yu Shu told Yu Xiaoxiu that there was a master who taught her how to learn. At that time, Yu Xiaoxiu thought that she was lying to him. But after a series of accidents, he believed that it was true. He felt that with his sister's ability, she was more than enough to teach him. Yu Shu shook her head. Most of the things that I know, you can't learn. You have to start from the proper books. To be honest, your sister is only a dabbler. I'm still far from being a master. Didn't we agree that in the future, we will open a DE store, make a lot of money, live in a big house, and be respected by people? We can't delay learning. You want to learn, and I want to master. How can we cook without rice and learn without a teacher? We have to go to the DE store to buy books. In the future, we also have to visit the master's house to ask for advice. A book costs more than 10 silver taels. Don't you need money for the gifts? Do you think 20 silver taels is enough? Yu Xiaoxiu scratched his head, but you can't earn much money by setting up a stall. It's so tiring. Who said you can't make money? What's this? Yu Shu stuffed the money bag in her hand into Yu Xiaoxiu's arms. Now that we have a business, it will only get better in the future. It doesn't matter if we are tired. If we want to live a good life, how can we wait for money to fall from the sky? Don't you agree? Yu Xiaoxiu held the silver in his arms and curled his lips. You're the only one who's tired. I haven't done anything yet. Yu Shu rubbed his head. She laughed heartily and said, because I'm the older sister. In her previous life, she had done a lot of stupid things that she couldn't bear to look back on. However, there was one thing that she was still proud of 500 years ago. She was a good sister, from beginning to end. Yu Xiaoxiu suddenly felt a lump in his throat. He raised his hand to rub his eyes and put it down. He secretly tugged on Yu Shu's sleeve and followed her steps. He always felt that no matter how far the road was, it wouldn't be difficult to walk. With money in hand, Yu Shu was on the way home. She turned a corner and went to the medicine shop. She told the doctor the prescription that Jing Chen took. She bought 10 days' worth of medicine and a few pieces of ointment that were said to be very effective in removing scars. The wound on Jing Chen's abdomen had already healed, but there was a bumpy scar left. Yu Shu didn't see it with her own eyes, but she heard Yu Xiaoxiu talk about it. When they arrived at the door, Yu Shu was carrying some things in her hands. Yu Xiaoxiu walked in front of her to open the door. The bolt was not on, so it opened with a push. Yu Xiaoxiu took a step forward and was stunned. Yu Shu saw that he was blocking the door, so she used her elbow to push him. Yu Xiaoxiu suddenly turned his head. Pointing at the door, he stammered, Jing. Jing. Jing, what scenery? Yu Shu heard the rustling sounds in the yard and pushed Yu Xiaoxiu aside. She entered the door and froze. He saw that in the small courtyard of the Sihiyuan. His vision was filled with a white silhouette, a long sword with green light floating around it, hissing as it cut through the wind. His footsteps were as light as a swallow's, sometimes advancing and sometimes retreating. His movements were just right. He pointed the sword and drew the sword, like a flood dragon. The person wielding the sword had his hair draped over his shoulders and his expression was solemn. One moment, one could see him clearly, the next moment, it was hard to see him clearly. As he walked sideways, the ends of his hair brushed against the tips of his eyebrows. He was born with a righteous aura that was ferocious and evil. His clear eyes seemed to be able to reflect all the impure things in the world. The last ray of green light was drawn out from the sword. He turned his wrist and retracted it behind his back. He stood tall and closed his eyes. Everything was quiet, only the sound of his long breath could be heard. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu stood at the door, while Xia Mingming squatted at the door. At this point, the three of them were dumbfounded. It was Yu Shu who reacted first. She carried her bags and ran forward, excitedly shouting, Jing Chen, did you remember? Hearing this shout, Jing Chen came back to his senses. He looked down and saw the person in front of him. Out of habit, he wanted to smile at her. However, before the corners of his mouth could rise, he felt a burning pain in his chest. He coughed violently and there was a fishy taste in his mouth. He raised his hand to cover his mouth, wanting to cover it up, but it was too late. He saw panic in Yushu's eyes. "What's wrong? Quick, go inside and lie down." Yushu saw Jingchen vomit blood. She hurriedly dropped the bags in her hands and supported him. She directed Yu Xiaoxiu to close the door while Xia Mingming went to the kitchen to get some water. Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu supported the unsteady Jingchen to lie down on the bed. They pulled his hand away from his mouth and saw that his eyes were closed. His mouth was scarlet. Xia Mingming went to the kitchen to get some water. That night, they had jumped off the ship to escape. Because he had blocked that sword strike, Jingchen had been seriously injured. However, at her request, he had carried Xia Mingming on his back and insisted on accompanying her for a long distance. At that time, in the cave, she had started a fire, and the first thing she had seen was Jingchen leaning against the mountain wall with his head lowered. The image of him covered in blood had lingered in her mind for a long time. She was not a person who was easily soft-hearted. When it was time to be cruel, she could be said to have a heart of stone. However, towards Jingchen, she had a rare compassion. It was different from how she treated Zhao Hui and Xia Mingming. She treated Zhao Hui well because she wanted to repay her kindness. She was tolerant towards Xia Mingming because she wanted to benefit from him in the future. However, towards Jingchen, her compassion was playing tricks on her. She knew that this was a big trouble, but she still accepted him. She didn't even know where that compassion came from. Perhaps it was because of Jingchen's helpless fate, or perhaps it was because of his pure and kind nature, or perhaps it was because he had been by her side twice when she was in trouble, so that she wouldn't have to face it alone when she was at her wit's end. She wanted to help Jingchen, but she didn't know how. She didn't have the ability to help him find the person who broke his fate, and she didn't have the guts to take the risk to bring him back to Dragon Tiger Mountain. She could only keep him by her side, pretending that she didn't see how much he wanted to recover his memory, pretending that she didn't know about his helplessness. Yushu laughed at herself. She took a handkerchief and wiped the blood and sweat on Jingchen's face. Then, she broke his blood-stained fingers and carefully wiped them one by one. Jingchen slightly opened his eyes. When he saw Yushu, he was relieved and closed them again. His chest rose and fell, and his whole body was weak. After a while, he fell asleep. While Jingchen was unconscious, Yushu went out to find a doctor. Because of the previous example, she specially found a doctor who knew how to diagnose internal injuries. The diagnosis was not far from what she guessed. Jingchen's previous internal injury hadn't healed yet, so he used his internal force recklessly. His meridians couldn't bear the weight and his 5 internal organs were injured, so he vomited blood. After asking Yu Xiaoxiu to send the doctor away, Yushu tucked Jingchen in and called Xia Mingming outside the room to talk. "What happened?" Xia Mingming smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know. I was lying in the room at that time. I heard the noise outside, so I went out to have a look. He was practicing swordsmanship, and then he followed you back." Yushu knew that she wouldn't lie, so she gave her a string of money and sent her to buy food on the street. Then, she turned around and went back to the room to take care of Jingchen. She had to wait for him to wake up before she could ask him if he recovered his memory or only remembered martial arts. The 3 of them ate lunch in the afternoon. Yushu squatted in the courtyard and brewed medicine. Kim Bao was originally basking in the sun at her feet, but when he smelled the medicine, he moved away a little. This little blondie had been eating and drinking, and he didn't move much. He had grown fat, and when he was lying down, he looked like a hairy bull. Jingchen gave Yushu a lot of ink paintings. Among them, Kim Bao took up most of the space. There were all kinds of interesting and lively poses. Yushu didn't think it was strange at that time, but now that she thought about it, she realized that Jingchen had put in a lot of effort. One must know that Kim Bao was sleeping most of the time, so it wasn't easy to capture his movements to paint. Jingchen only woke up at night. Yushu was sitting by his bed, reading a book. The dim light was enough for him to see her face clearly. When she was quiet, she was very different from when she was talking. She didn't have those lively gestures, and the emotions that she inadvertently revealed made him feel more real. When he saw the tiredness in the corner of her eyes, he felt a little sad. He didn't know why. He lifted his hand. As soon as he moved, Yushu turned her head. When she saw that he had woken up, her face lit up with joy. She put the book aside and moved to the head of the bed. She asked with concern, "You're awake? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Jingchen shook his head. Yushu put on a serious face. "Don't lie to me." Jingchen hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand and put it on his heart. "Is it only here?" Yushu asked to confirm. Jingchen nodded. Yushu let out a sigh of relief. "It's okay. It should be a blood clot. Let me rub it for you." Before Jingchen could react, she stretched out her hand, pushed his hand away, and pressed it on his chest. Because his outer shirt was stained with blood, he only had a thin shirt on his upper body. Her warm palm rubbed on his chest through a layer of cloth. He didn't know why, but it didn't make him feel better. Instead, it made him more flustered. Jingchen subconsciously pressed the back of Yushu's hand, not letting her move again. When Yushu's hand was suddenly grabbed by him, the sound of someone's heartbeat more or less called back her feminine consciousness. Her face slightly blushed. But when she thought that Jingchen thought she was a man, she put aside the uneasiness and asked, "What's wrong? Does it hurt?" Jingchen shook his head. He took her hand away from his chest and put it on the edge of the bed. His fingers moved a little, but he didn't let go. He just held her hand, which was much smaller than his, in case she would rub his chest again. Chapter 164. At night, Yushu closed the door of Jingchen's room and came out. She lifted the heavy sword in her hand and looked at it under the moonlight. She touched the marks on the sword. During the day, she saw Jingchen's sword dance with a green light. She guessed that it was the green embroidery on the sword. Because Jingchen's sword move was too fast, it turned into light and shadow. At that time, she thought that it would be good for him to remember something, but who knew that he could not remember anything else and only remembered a set of sword techniques. Moreover, by a freak combination of factors, he had used his internal energy. Previously, his internal injuries had not healed, so he could not use martial arts. With this torment, he would have to lie in bed for 10 days to half a month. Remembering that set of sword techniques, but not being able to use it was no different from not being able to remember it. The gains did not make up for the losses. Yushu knew that he was impatient, so she didn't say anything. But she took back the sword to prevent him from acting rashly again. She remembered that when she confiscated the sword, Jingchen's face was full of reluctance and awkwardness. Yushu couldn't help but laugh. Pfft. After laughing, she felt much more relaxed. Jingchen's temperament was far stronger than she had imagined. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to live until now and still maintain his simple temperament despite having the fate of a fiend. If it was her, she would have long been filled with cynicism and become a great devil. In any case, she would only harm others and not herself. Holding the sword, Yushu went back to the house. Tomorrow, she planned to go to the Fuan escort agency to inquire about Jingchen's internal injury. If it can be cured as soon as possible, then he can practice a few more sets of swordplay. Maybe, he will be able to remember related things. The next morning, Yushu went to Automosmanthus Square to buy things. After walking 2 streets, she found a feng shui hole. She picked 2 pots of flowers and trees and carried them to the Fu and escort agency. Zhao Qinghui and Boss Zhou were both waiting for her. There was also a chief escort who she had not seen yesterday. Boss Zhou introduced them to each other. Come, let me introduce Mr. Yu. This is our Fu and escort agency's chief escort, Feng Chang. He is also my sworn brother. Boss Zhou patted a middle-aged man beside him and pointed to Yu Shu. This is our escort agency's newly invited Mr. Yu. Old Feng, don't look at Mr. Yu's young age. My nephew was able to find his home thanks to him. The two of them greeted each other. Yu Shu noticed that Feng Chang's face was glowing red, his spirit was trembling with excitement, and his lower body was solid. She knew that he was a martial artist, so she smiled a little more, preparing to ask him for advice later. Boss Zhou was concerned about the feng shui of the house. Without saying much, he led Yu Shu into the house. Yu Shu asked him to find 2 strong handymen to dig out the cauldrons placed under the courtyard wall, leaving only 2 cauldrons in the northeast and southwest corners. She dug a ditch under the east wall and led it from the backyard kitchen. The water that the maidservants used to wash vegetables and rice flowed directly into the ditch outside the door. After doing all this, she measured the distance between the east and west walls and the courtyard. She placed the 2 pots of flowers and trees she brought on the 2 corresponding positions. She warned Boss Zhou, from now on, you can only plant trees on the east and west sides of the courtyard. It is not suitable to have these 2 pots of white calamus. You must water them daily. There is no need to protect them in the cold winter. If there are any dead leaves, clean them up in time. This flower is not delicate and is very easy to raise. You need to know not to let it die. Boss Zhou nodded his head repeatedly and did not ask for a detailed explanation. This was because those who knew the basics valued their knowledge and did not like to reveal their knowledge. However, the escort was more straightforward. He pointed to the pot of calamus nearby and asked, Mr. Yu, is this enough? I heard that our courtyard lacks wood energy. Wouldn't 2 pots of flowers be too little? Yu Shu was about to explain when she heard Boss Zhou cough and say, Old Feng, Mr. Yu has his reasons for making such arrangements. Why do you need to ask so much? Feng Chang smiled and said, I'm just worried that he won't do well. Boss Zhou coughed again and interrupted him. He turned his head awkwardly and said to Yu Shu, this brother of mine is clumsy. He doesn't have any other meaning. It doesn't matter. Yu Shu waved her hand and explained generously, calamus is originally used to prevent diseases and eliminate evil. Making wine can avoid diseases, and burning leaves can drive away insects. There is indeed a lack of wood energy in this house, so I directed water to grow wood in the direction of feng shui and dredged the joints to solve the predicament. Boss Zhou can just plant trees in the courtyard later. There's no hurry. She spoke straightforwardly, and the few of them more or less understood some of it. Previously, Feng Chang saw that Yu Shu was young and looked too delicate. He was afraid that she was an embroidered pillow. Now, he felt that she was much better than those arrogant and disdainful teachers. After tidying up the house, Boss Zhou sealed another 10 taels of silver for Yu Shu to buy these 2 pots of calamus. Yu Shu said a few polite words and accepted it. These 2 pots of flowers cost her 5 taels of silver, so she still earned 5 taels of silver. After settling the business, Boss Zhou asked Yu Shu to eat wine. This time, Yu Shu did not refuse. Under Zhao Qinghui's suggestion, the few of them went to Sun Ji Tavern. At noon, Sun Ji Tavern had a few more customers. They went late and there were no more private rooms upstairs. Boss Zhou originally wanted to change places, but when he saw Yu Shu greet manager's son and heard from Zhao Qinghui that she had set up a divination stall outside the tavern, he gave up the idea. After the dishes were served and they chatted for a while, Yu Shu brought the topic to martial arts. The three of you are all martial artists. I heard that when martial arts reach a certain level, there will be internal energy. I don't know if it's true or not. Feng Chang said, of course it's true. How can this be faked? Oh. Yu Shu looked curious. Can escort Feng show me your skills and broaden my horizons? Feng Chang waved his hand and said, I'm a person who practices external martial arts. I'm not good at internal energy. If you want to broaden your horizons, you have to ask my big brother. Yu Shu shifted her gaze to Boss Zhou. The latter smiled and stretched out his thumb to press on the corner of the table. Yu Shu looked over and saw a clear fingerprint on the table. Obviously, this was the work of internal energy. Yu Shu was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Zhao Qinghui's uncle, who looked weak and scholarly, would have such skills. No wonder he could manage an escort agency and open it in the capital. Knowing what was going on, Yu Shu showed a hesitant expression. Boss Zhou saw this and took the initiative to ask, Mr. Yu, what's wrong? If you have something to say, you can say it. Yu Shu sighed first and then said straightforwardly, it's like this. I met a friend a month ago. He was injured and looked for a doctor to treat him. He said that he had internal injuries. He has no relatives in the capital and is only close to me. I want to find a way to treat him. Because I don't know martial arts, I can't get the gist of it. I want to ask Boss Zhou if there's a way. After the three of them heard this, their expressions were different. Boss Zhou first said, Mr. Yu probably doesn't know that internal energy healing is not an easy thing. Although I'm good at internal energy, I don't know how to heal injuries. Even if I want to help you, I'm really powerless. In fact, Yu Shu didn't intend to ask the other party to treat Jing Chen's injuries. Otherwise, if Kata Xing flared up, wouldn't it harm him? After hearing Boss Zhou's words, she didn't feel disappointed. Instead, she had a clue. But you don't have to worry. Boss Zhou comforted her again, this internal injury is not comparable to illness. It won't kill you. Pay more attention to recuperation and buy some tonics to eat. As long as the injury is not too serious, you can recover in 3 to 5 months at most. Yes. Yu Shu nodded and smiled bitterly to herself. If Jing Chen's injuries could be healed in 3 to 5 months, she wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Because of such a matter mentioned during the dinner, the few of them lost their drunkenness. After a pot of wine, they didn't have a refill. Yu Shu ate her food absent-mindedly. Occasionally, she heard footsteps on the stairs and someone talking drunkenly, so she raised her head to look. At the corner of the stairs, a young man wearing a grass-green robe was supporting a petite young man down the stairs. The young man was probably drunk, and his footsteps were unsteady. Yu Shu and the others were sitting at the side of the stairs. From her angle, she could only see the young man's back, but she could see the young man's drunken red face. She couldn't help but secretly click her tongue. In terms of appearance, only Xia Mingming could compare to her. Not to mention that her eyes were dazzling when comparing a man to a woman, this kind of rosy drunkenness was 100% a girl. I'm not drunk, you don't need to help me, I can walk by myself, hiccup. Yu Shu retracted her gaze. When she heard this drunken voice, she couldn't help but raise her eyes to look again. The two people had already gone down the stairs and were walking towards the door. Yu Shu was looking at the back of the young man who was supporting the young man. She glanced around and saw a pink and green pouch on the ground not far in front of her. She hesitated for a moment, then put down the wine glass and rushed forward. As she bent down to pick it up, she shouted to the people in front of her, Wrong, wait. The pub was too noisy, so the people in front of her didn't hear her shout. She walked out of the door and waited for her to pick up the pouch. When she looked up, she couldn't see the two people. She pinched the weight of the pouch and felt the banknotes, paper, and silver ingots. She thought to herself that she was in trouble. She turned around and said goodbye to Boss Show and the others, then chased after them. Right now, she was surrounded by misfortune. If she could do one more good deed, it would be good karma. She ran out of the door and stood on the steps in front of the door. She looked left and right and saw the two people walking towards the west side of the street. She jumped down the steps and chased after them. She was afraid that there would be too many people, so she shouted, "Wait, you dropped something." Unfortunately, the two of them didn't even turn their heads. When they reached the end of the street, a carriage drove over. Yushu watched as the two of them got on the carriage like they were deaf, wasting her breath. She was unhappy, but seeing that she couldn't catch up, she weighed the pouch in her hand to test its weight. Squinting her eyes, she jumped up on her tiptoes and looked at the carriage's window. With all her strength, she threw the pouch out. With a whoosh sound, the pouch with the silver ingots flew right into the window. This was the accuracy Yushu had honed from hunting sparrows in the forest. The next moment, she saw the window open and someone holding his forehead looked out. Yushu was about to clap her hands and leave, but she suddenly saw the face that appeared by the window. Her mouth slightly opened, and she was stunned for a moment. She raised her sleeve to cover her face, turned around, and walked back. She silently comforted herself that the person didn't see her. On the carriage, Shuai clearly saw Yushu's figure and also saw her dodging. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He rubbed his forehead and thought of the first time they met in Yang City a few months ago. His heart moved, and he put the pouch in his hand next to the drunk teenager in the carriage. He lifted the curtain and jumped out of the carriage. He gave the driver a few words and then chased in the direction where Yushu disappeared. Chapter 165. Yushu ran back with her head down. When she turned her head and saw that the carriage with the petal hair had disappeared, she slowed down and walked back to the tavern. The table of food and wine was almost finished. Boss Show saw that Yushu had returned and asked if she had eaten well. He called the waiter to pay the bill. They said goodbye in front of the tavern. Yushu did not see the man standing across the street. After earning 5 taels this morning, Yushu weighed a jean of flour cakes and sugar cakes at a snack shop on the street. Shuai followed behind Yushu at a distance and watched Yushu enter the snack shop. After a while, she came out with a few bags in her hand and a piece in her hand. She ate as she walked. This kind of behavior that used to be a bad habit to him, when done by her, seemed to be very natural. He still remembered that time when they went to the 3 Purities gathering together and bought breakfast on the street. That was the first time he ate on the street with people coming and going. Now that he thought about it, that feeling of acting as if there was no one else around was not bad. He was not in a hurry to greet her. First, he was afraid that she would turn around and run away when she saw him. Second, he was curious to see what she did every day. At the corner of the street, Yushu found a store with a bookshelf. Unlike the stores in Yang City, where one had to use a bookplate to enter, this store was just like any other ordinary bookstore. However, there was no place for copying books. If one wanted to read a book, one had to buy it. A while ago, she found a few books here that were suitable for Yushu. At that time, money was tight, so she didn't buy them. Today, she wanted to see if they were sold. Shuai followed Yushu into the shop. Seeing her enter the back room, he pretended to wander around the hall. After waiting for a while, he did not see her come out. After hesitating for a moment, he went in. The bookshop at the back of the shop was not big. The bookshelf behind the east shop was not big. There were 4 to 5 rows of bookshelves, and there were a few customers inside. Shui Rui walked a few steps along the side of the bookshelf and saw Yu Shu, who was squatting down and rummaging under a bookshelf. He did not approach her but retreated to the back of another row of bookshelves. He randomly picked up a book and flipped through it. Occasionally, he would turn his head and glance at her across the shelf, waiting for her to make her choice. Shui Rui was not unfamiliar with such a scene. He lowered his head and smiled. Back then, he did something to kill time. Who would have thought that he would still remember it so clearly after such a long time? Should he blame his good memory, or should he blame her for being too unforgettable? After searching for a while, Yu Shu found the 2 books that she liked before. She happily patted the dust on her head and took them out to count the money. She did not notice the person who had been standing with her for a long time on the other side of the bookshelf. After leaving Autumn Osmanthus Lane, there were fewer people on the road. As long as Yu Shu turned her head, she could see Shui Rui walking not far behind her. However, she was busy at the moment. She was holding a bag of snacks under her arm, flipping through a book and holding a piece of cake in her mouth. She did not have the time to look back, let alone look back. Seeing that there were fewer people around, Shui Rui was not afraid that she would disappear into the crowd and was about to go forward to greet her. Just as he raised his hand, before he could call out, a brown-skinned dog suddenly rushed out of the alley in front of them. When it saw Yu Shu, it stopped on the side of the road and blocked her path with its body, barking wildly, "Woof, woof, woof." Yu Shu was startled by the dog's barking. She moved her eyes away from the book and saw the vicious dog dripping saliva at her 4 or 5 steps in front of her. Her whole body froze and her face looked like it was about to cry. If there was anything in this world that could make her hair stand on end, this was the #1 thing in the world. "Woof, woof, woof. Don't come over." Yu Shu's legs went weak. She put one hand in front of her and looked around. Knowing that she could not outrun the dog, she aimed at a short tree in front of her. She swallowed her saliva and threw the half-eaten snack in her hand behind the vicious dog. Taking advantage of the time when the dog turned around, she ran forward, stuffing the book into her arms. When she reached the bottom of the tree, she heard the dogs barking behind her. She hugged the tree trunk with both hands and climbed up desperately. In her panic, one of her shoes fell to the ground. "Woof, woof, woof." Yu Shu climbed up the tree and hugged the trunk. She was still in a state of shock as she looked at the ferocious dog that was baring its teeth at her. Her forehead was covered in sweat. The dog raised its 2 front legs and tried to jump on the tree several times. It couldn't jump up. Finally, it lowered its head and bit Yu Shu's shoes that fell to the ground to vent its anger. When the nearby Shui Rui saw this scene, he'd already started laughing to the point his shoulders shook. However, when his gaze moved and saw Yu Shu, who was shivering on the tree, he realized that she was really afraid, so he restrained his smile and walked over with large strides. "Do you need help?" Yu Shu was worrying about how to get rid of the mangy dog when she heard a voice asking her a question. She looked up and saw a person walking towards the tree. When she saw the person's face, she felt as if she had forgotten to look at the almanac. She saw him leave in the carriage with her own eyes. Why did he appear again? Wasn't Ling City so small? It was funny that the brown dog was fierce to Yu Shu, but when it saw Shui Rui walking in front of it, it just turned its head to look at him and then lowered its head to bite Yu Shu's shoes. Yu Shu looked at this irritating scene and asked in a muffled voice, Why are you here?" "I'm doing something nearby and happened to pass by," Shui Rui said with a serious face. After all, it was not a gentleman to follow a woman. Yu Shu looked at him doubtfully. Suddenly, she thought of the handsome gentleman who was with him in Sun Ji Tavern. A strange smile appeared on her face. "Oh, you're doing something." Shui Rui saw her strange smile and knew that she was thinking of something bad. When he was about to say something, the big dog beside him suddenly jumped up and down the tree and barked fiercely, "Woof woof woof." Ah! Yushu was so shocked that she almost fell from the tree, and she hugged the tree trunk tightly with both her hands and legs. From Shui Rui's angle, he just happened to be able to see her left foot that had lost her shoe. Half of her snow-white sock had fallen off, revealing her small and round ankle. It was trembling, and that smear of white dazzled him. Shui Rui coughed lightly. Even if he was a gentleman, he would still avoid her gaze. With this interruption, he no longer had the mood to tease her. His face darkened as he stomped on the ground and shouted at the dog that was barking madly, "Go away." This dog also bullied the weak and feared the strong. When it saw that Yushu was afraid of it, it chased after her. When it saw that Yushu's nose was fierce, it turned around and ran away with Yushu's shoe in its mouth. After driving the dog away, Shui Rui looked up at the tree and said, "It's okay. You should come down quickly. Don't fall again when you climb so high." Yushu stuck out half of her head, and when she saw that the dog had disappeared, she heaved a long sigh of relief. She looked at Shui Rui who was under the tree, and she wasn't sure if he had seen her embarrassing appearance of being chased by the dog and fleeing in a sorry state. "Can't you get down?" Shui Rui stretched out his hand and happened to touch the tree branch. "Come, let me help you." Without the dog, Yushu's alarm was lifted. What was there to be afraid of? She waved her hand to him and said, "No, you can walk to the side." Shui Rui looked at her disdainful gesture and smiled. He obediently took 2 steps back and saw Yushu's hands hooking onto the tree trunk. She nimbly flipped over and slid down like a monkey. Her hands loosened and she steadily landed on the ground. With her back facing him, she tidied up her clothes and turned around to thank him. "Thank you." "You're welcome." He followed her on the spur of the moment. Seeing her running away in a panic was enough to make him laugh for a few days. Shui Rui put on a friendly face. If Yushu knew what he was thinking, she probably wouldn't thank him. "If there's nothing else, I'll leave." "Don't you have something to do? Go quickly. See you later." Yushu waved at Shui Rui as if nothing had happened. Before he responded, she turned around and was about to run away. She had just taken a few steps when she heard laughter behind her. "Wait, are you going back like this?" Yushu's footsteps came to a halt and she turned around to look suspiciously at Shui Rui. She followed his gaze that seemed to be pointing at something and lowered her head to examine her feet. When she saw the sock that was about to fall off, only then did she realize that she was missing a shoe. With a whoosh, she pulled her foot back to the back of her thigh, and her eyes darted around in embarrassment as she cursed in her heart. Now, could it be that she had to go home barefoot? "Wait for me here. Don't run around." Seeing her embarrassment, Shui Rui didn't tease her. He turned around and walked back the way he came from. Yushu couldn't run even if she wanted to. If she really went home barefoot, not only would it be inappropriate for passers-by to see her, but if Yu Xiaoxiu found out about it, he would definitely nag at her incessantly. Seeing that Shui Rui had walked far away, she leaned against a tree and pulled up her sock. When she saw passers-by, she pretended to take out a book to read and hid her foot behind her. She waited like this for a long time, but he didn't come back. "He can't be playing with me, right?" Yushu muttered. She did not intend to wait any longer. She thought that if she walked 2 streets ahead, there would be a tailor's shop. She would go there and buy a pair of shoes to wear. She tucked the scroll into her belt and walked forward, 1 foot at a time. She deserved it. As soon as she reached the entrance of the alley, she ran into a family that came out to pour dirty water. A basin of water splashed out from the door. She couldn't react in time and jumped back 2 steps. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, someone caught up with her from behind and stretched out a hand to steady her shoulder. Just then, she heard a light reprimand from above her head. "Didn't I tell you to wait for me?" She tilted her head backwards and saw Shui Rui's handsome face that was slightly panting. Her gaze swept towards the fine sweat that appeared on his forehead, and from the angle of the sunlight, she saw the half-inch scar that was faintly visible on his forehead. The old matters of Yang surged into her mind, and this face that overlapped with her memories suddenly caused her heart to skip a beat. Shui Rui didn't notice Yu Shu's strange expression. He helped her to stand against the wall and handed the paper bag under his arm to the woman. "Put it on." When he found the tailor's shop, he realized that he didn't have any money with him. He was afraid that she would be anxious, so he ran to the pawn shop in Automosmanthus Lane to buy a jade pendant to exchange for money. That was why he was delayed for half an hour. He was afraid that she would run away, but she still ran away. Yu Shu came back to her senses and suppressed the panic in her heart. She took the paper bag from him, turned around, and put on the shoes with her back facing him. Unexpectedly, she found that the shoes he bought fit her feet very well. They were neither too big nor too small. Noticing this detail, she suspiciously turned her head and asked him, "How do you know how big my shoes are?" Shui Rui couldn't say that he just saw her feet on the tree, so he knew, so he joked, "How big a girl's feet can be, you can see it with one look." Who would have thought that this joke would be taken seriously by Yu Shu, and she only saw him as a romantic person. Thinking of his illustrious family background, and the handsome, young man she saw in the restaurant today, she felt that it was more and more true. With this, she felt relieved. She secretly felt that it was funny just now. In terms of age, she was actually older than him by 7 or 8 years. She was really getting confused by a young man. "I've spent all my money on me. I'll return you the money for the shoes another day." As Yu Shu said this, she wrapped up the only shoe she changed into a paper bag and said goodbye to him with a natural expression. "The sun is about to set. If you have something to do, go do it quickly. See you later." When Shui Rui saw that her expression was natural and that she was no longer evading him like before, he vaguely felt that something was amiss. However, he could tell that it was really late at night, so he didn't look into it in detail and nodded at her. The two of them walked with their backs to each other, one to the east and the other to the west. After walking for more than 10 steps, Shui Rui suddenly turned around and shouted at Yu Shu's back, "Aw Shu, don't hit my head with the money pouch next time." Not far ahead, Yu Shu stumbled. Her steady step suddenly turned into a jog, and she disappeared in a flash. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.